morning. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Selamat pagi. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And while it is a little bit gloomy outside, I hope the assignment is still here with us this morning. And before we begin, allow me to organize the day for all of us. So this morning, we are going to go through sessions. I already mentioned that last night. Sessions 3, 4, 5, okay, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. And then after the lunch break at 1 o'clock, we are going to have your next presentations. Okay. Group 3 happily volunteered to be the first presenter. So, can I now call on the team leaders of 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 to please come and pick the number so that we have to randomly choose who's the second, third.
Tapi Jasmine, kamu kan ada dispensasi. Iya, sudah oke. Ini berarti 3, 4, 5, 6. Iya, jadi di urutan kedua dan selanjutnya. Jasmine kalau mau semuanya sampai habis ya. The winner takes all oke lah.
You just get.
Kita ikhlas. Kalau mau ini kan belum. Ayo,
Anyway, doesn't really matter. I'm just organizing. You have no choice. You will have a present.
Kita format random position ini. Kenapa bisa tangannya kayak gitu sih jamnya?
Okay. Group 1, first presenter is group 3, okay? Then followed by number 4. Who is number 2?
Gak ada masa.
4. And Alicia, you will be the next. What's the number? 5.
Nanti terus bisa gitu ya.
And who got the next number?
Number 42 ya.
Group 2. Next number? You are and group 6 is the last. Where's group 6? Do we have group 6? Yeah, they do have that. Okay. Group 6. Okay. Can I repeat? The first presenter will be group 1, followed by 4, followed by 5, followed by 2. That's the fourth presenter. Group 1 will be the 5th, and group 6 will be the 6th. Okay? So you remember that. So before we begin our session this morning, I'll show you a very short video so that you can reflect on the importance, the essence of being a leader. Because yesterday or last night, the last topic we were talking about was on how you are going to lead your organization towards innovation. Okay? So we have something, or we need to characterize ourselves into this type of leadership. It is a short video. Okay, sorry for that. Actually, Dr. Sally has the USB and she forgot to upload 2 files, okay, in the desktop. So I'll show it to you later. It's okay. Now, but before we begin with our session this morning on sources of innovation, let's have a little bit of an activity. This is going to be very, very short. But please do not think very long. You have to make choices, okay? And Do not think very long. Just what comes into your mind that is it. Okay. Now, this is actually the situation. Imagine that you are in a ship that is sinking. Okay? And then, with you are three very important people. Please do not mind even if you're single or whatever status you have. But just imagine yourself in this particular situation. You have three very important people in your life. Unfortunately, when the ship sinks, you can only save one person. Okay? Whom will you choose? Please do not tell me you are going back for them, blah, blah, blah. Okay? You have only to make one choice. Okay? With you is your mother, your wife, husband, or partner, or lover, if you want to call that. And the third is your child. Okay? 3 seconds. Make the choice.
Okay.
Done. Okay? Now, can I request you to please stand up? Those who choose their mother, please come here. Here, okay? Those who choose their wife, husband, or partner, please stand here. And those who choose their child, please come here. Come on.
Okay.
Exercise. Okay? Mother. Let's start with those who choose mother. Okay? Volunteer. Okay. One.
The important thing that we have is about the family, and the mother is also important in my life because we know that the mother will heal if we have anxious and very stressful in our life. So I think the mother is very important that we will have in our life.
Okay. Two representatives.
Because I think about the reality. The reality now, I have my mother. I not yet have a husband and child, so I'm only think my mother.
Okay. Now let's see. Who choose partner, wife, husband? Okay. When did you choose the partner? Why? Okay. Why your partner?
Because if I continue my life, it's really with my family.
Okay. Why not your mother?
Mother udah capek.
They should get
Tapi kok stres?
and they all guess.
She's older and will soon pass. Why not child?
Maybe child will be confused where they can find both of parents. Maybe
Okay.
better check.
Oh. Now let's take a look at why did you choose your child?
Because child have a future and a mother has faced a lot of things. Maybe he has to face God.
It's the time that she have to face.
Because I can find another wife maybe.
Okay, Peter, what's your one child?
Because I will never forgive myself if something happened to my child, and it will carry over to the rest of my life. So it's egoistic, of course. Actually, I will not forgive myself, and then I will not search a husband that cannot swim.
another husband.
No.
So you can still find another husband anyway. Why?
Because a child still have a lot of time a lot of opportunity to grow and continue his life. And actually, I'm a little bit confused, and I have an option. How if I change myself with my wife, so there will be my wife and my child.
Yang membiayai mereka siapa?
But there's no option. So I will choose my child because I think my wife will do the same.
She will do the same. So she will forgive you. So go find another wife. Anyway, you know, this exercise is very simple, but in an organization, it's very important. Like, let's imagine ourselves, we belong to the same organization, and it's very important that within an organization, there are people who have perspective about the past. How did you go through the journey of building this corporation or company? And these are the people who would have chosen their mother. And these are the people who would often will tell you, remember the time when we have this problem, and these are the things that we've done, and these things work. Unfortunately, these are our mistakes, and we wouldn't want to repeat that again. Okay. And we have also a good mix of people who are actually thinking about the present, who are looking at the climate. You remember last night, the context or situation where you are in, and they would easily analyze usually the trends using the data that is available now. So these are the people who would tell you that. And it's very, very important. We have a big number of people in our company who looks at the future and more likely would combine the experiences you had in the past and the current conditions that you are in, very realistic. You know, because sometimes you can always think about the future. You do not look at, well, okay, where are we now? You know, are we sinking or are we, doing good? And these are the people who would usually push the company forward, which is a very good mix, right? And I just hope nobody is a husband and wife here. I will put them on the spot. Please go back. And oftentimes I find very unusual answers. By the way, this kind of exercise, though simple it is highly cultural at the same time. Why highly cultural? Because among Asians, you will find a good mix of those who will be choosing mother, those who will be choosing the partner, and a lot will usually be choosing their child. In a Western culture, literally nobody will choose the mother. And very few, if ever there will be, who would likely choose their partner, their husband or their wife. They will usually choose the child because they are more focused on the future. So I noticed in the exercises that I have undertaken in an international audience, usually I find a very good mix of those who look at the past and those who are very concerned about the current condition, the present, and also those, majority, will still be looking towards the future, which is very Asian, I think. Filipinos, Indonesian, Malaysian, Thai would be really looking into this particular mix, which I find very good. Although, of course, I find it fun also because in every activity that I conduct like this, I find very unusual answers. Like, I can always find another husband, My mother anyway is going to, she's old. Like that. I'm a little bit careful only if in the audience there is a husband and wife participant, because that will really put you on the spot. Okay? Or else you can be lovers and tonight you are already separated. Because you suddenly found out that is not going to save you when the boat is sinking. Okay? So let's move on to our first session. I hope you found that activity useful. Why do I have algorithms? I thought I made the mistakes. No wonder. She, Dr. Sari actually opened
The file.
2 files. Okay. So, what are the sources of innovation will be our first session. And in this particular session, we are going to discuss mapping the innovation process, describe where innovation comes from, and explain the different types of product innovation. But I'm not going to give you right away the answer to the questions that are raised. What am I going to do first is, for 3 minutes, I was told you are seated with your group. For 3 minutes, can you please as a group write in bullet form what are possible sources of innovation that we sources of innovation. Bullet form, please do not write an essay. You can contribute, so bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3. And then as soon as you're done, can I request you to please have them or tape them on the board. Sorry, I need to so it can be seen. Maybe you may want to print so that your classmates can see. What are the sources of innovation? That's the topic that we What are the sources of innovation that your group would know? Please use the pen, this marker, because we need to put them here. Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The date is here. As soon as you're done, as soon as you're done, can I ask one of you to please take please use the marker so that we can see. But I request you, please, yes, so that we can see. Yes. One group is just extra. Next group, please. Those who are done.
Boardnya ada nggak? Board.
Okay, now of the rest. I'm still missing one group. Do we still have another group here? Okay, everyone it's okay. There. Thank you. Okay. Let's take a look at what you have written here as a theme. Possible sources of innovation, problems, and opportunities. Problems, customer needs, driven by technology, demographic changes, culture, environment, communication. Innovation can be sparked by ideas, needs for the present and the future, problems, technology, competition. What? Then, problems, ideas, current market trends, technological disruption, organization, culture. Then, group 3, we have searching problems. You have insight, solutions, business model. Innovation can be sparked by imagination, by people, technology, and system, and by the client or the customer. Literally, we're done in session 1. Let me do a little bit of explaining. You're all right. Okay. So, can I request you during your free time to please look into the portal on Innovation Family? Please, you have the portal there. You may find this very useful later on when you want to search for possible sources of innovation that you can handle, you can actually use for your final project. But we're not going to do that now. Okay? This is just something that you can do as a self-activity later on. Okay? I really don't know where this came from, but it says to create something of value, the imagination must soar and feathered. It must fly like a bird in search of new horizons. I love the saying here. Because essentially, that is what innovation should be. Okay. Now, but first, let's do a little bit of a mapping process. Because when you say innovation, at the generic or general level, innovation is actually the very core of business process concerned with renewing what the organization offers the world, meaning the client at the same time, and the ways in which it creates and deliver its products or services. And to do this, they need to carry out these activities. Okay. Again, this is a continuation to the question of bidding. How do we know which path are we going to follow when we want to innovate? So essentially, we cannot possibly say this is going to be step 1, step 2, step 3. But on the general terms, you can actually start with searching. Of course, usually searching involves scanning the environment, both internal and external. Scanning the environment have many processes. What fits your organization would be a decision you may want to undertake. So normally when you search, you look for processing relevant signals and threats and opportunities for change. All of us are quite familiar with SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. There are others, as I've said, models that you can possibly use. And then, of course, out of the many things that are cropping up in your study of the environment, you need to select. At this time, you will have to decide on the basis of your strategic view on how your company can best develop, which among the signals, the priorities has to be given attention of. Okay. And of course, when you have selected, normally your company will have to focus on what is to be done. And this is where you start implementing, okay, this is the best option that we can possibly have. Let's plan on this project to implement as part of our innovative strategy, and then we start the implementation process. So you translate what was proposed in the general idea that was triggered earlier into something new, and you launch it in an internal and as well as external market. Okay. Now the implementation stage will take many processes as well. Okay. Now, but making this happen, unfortunately, is not one single event. Rather, it is actually a series of events. Okay? So, from the searching to the implementing, this is not one size fits all. It can be actually a series of steps, and therefore some important factors come into play that you need to be attentive to. Okay, meaning you need to understand that you need to acquire the knowledge, resources to enable you to innovate. For example, if you want to create something new through R&D, market research, you will require acquiring knowledge elsewhere via technology transfer, strategic alliance, or B2B approaches. What do you mean by B2B? Business to business approaches. Okay. So, you need, in short, the knowledge base to help you do the innovation. It can be that you can look inside your company, what are the expertise of the people inside, or you may look outside and find out who can possibly help you do the innovation. Sometimes you can outsource even your R&D, and in many cases, this is where a lot of our research universities get their funding. One of the highest funding grants are usually earned by top universities that are well known in their research. So you can imagine Harvard garnering a lot of money simply for research grants. Normally, many of these are funded from external sources because many companies would want to know something about innovation. And they need the expertise to do that, okay? Now, next, you need to execute the project. And this will require conditions of uncertainty, which of course will also further require extensive problem solving. So launching the innovation and managing the process from the initial adoption to sustaining the adoption, sorry, that becomes an O, to sustaining the adoption and use in the long-term process. Or you simply do revisit the original idea and come up with a re-innovation. So that depends on what the company wants to do, okay? And then, of course, in the process of innovation, do not forget it is a learning process. Everybody has to understand that enterprises have, but in some cases they may not take this opportunity to learn from progressing through the cycle so that they can also build the knowledge base and improve the way by which they process what is supposed to be managed. So that along the way, there will be problems that you need to encounter and you take it as a learning opportunity as well. Okay? So this is not just simply looking at the end of the tunnel, but also how you navigate the tunnel. Okay? Right? And then, this is where do innovation come from? Okay? Let's do a little bit of processing here. Where do innovations come from? Well, to your surprise, shocks to the system. Events which change the world and the way we think about it. And normally, this forces us to innovate to a particular direction. No? There are things that happen suddenly. No? For example, when 911 happened, you remember 911, of course. Okay, that was totally surreal, meaning we cannot imagine that this can really happen, right? And suddenly, all of us becomes conscious about our security, okay? And of course, each country, literally, even if we're not part of the 911 event, had to find ways and means in order to protect us against this possible event happening within our own back door. So security measures became very strict, and of course there goes the innovation about how are we going to actually ensure that these unwanted events would not happen in our own back door. Okay? And of course, even in the airport, you see a lot of innovation taking place. Okay? So many of our security check would already install it in their system, face recognition, cameras, everything. You name it, most probably they have done it already. Okay. Accidents, unexpected, surprising things. Watching others. Okay. What are others doing? Recombinant innovation. Regulations that change happening because suddenly the government says you're not allowed to do this anymore. Then advertising. I guess you are all familiar with this. Inspiration, knowledge pools, design, drive, innovation. The need pool, meaning necessity is the mother of invention. You have no choice, but you have to do this. Users as innovators ourselves, because we find out that we have to innovate because we need this ourselves. And And then, of course, exploring alternative future and opening up different possibilities. Let's take a look at some of the examples here. Shocks to the system, and normally we look at it in the marketing outlook. This is a chart by Tech in Asia, and you see here the progress from 2013 to 2018, just in a span of 5 years. No? And these are the active smartphone users in Asia. And you can imagine the growth from 27.4, we're referring in millions, to 103 million. Okay, so that means to say everybody now is on smartphone. No? So what will you do? Then suddenly you have to shift. Okay, so from an analog phone, which is now relegated, of course, to the museum, everybody is now using smartphone. So the tremendous leap from totally unknown product to one that is suddenly part of our daily life is a shocking event that we need to keep up with. You're familiar with the Battle of Wine. Dom Perignon, who happens to be a monk. That's the reason why it's called Dom. That's monk. Invented champagne when a bottle of wine accidentally had a second fermentation. And in addition, you may have read the story of the one who discovered penicillin. And who discovered penicillin? Alexander Fleming. Well, the story that literally changed medical practice was actually by accident. Because Alexander Fleming was actually doing an experiment on E. coli. That's the bacteria that you find in fecal matter, okay, infected material. And he took a vacation. Unfortunately, his petri dishes were contaminated over the weekend. And then, when he opened his petri dishes, he found out that the contamination had already grown. Okay? And according to his autobiography, his first instinct was that of frustration. Because, in short, he has to do it again. Okay? So, he took the petri dishes and about to throw them to the waste bin. And then, he was looking at it. And then, suddenly, he found that the growth, the one that had actually infected or contaminated the E. coli, had prevented the growth of the E. coli. So, lo and behold, by accident, he suddenly realized that whatever is in his petri dish has prevented the growth of the bacteria. And then, in his mind, he said, this is something that I should explore. So he separated the growth that prevented the spread of the E. coli. And then, eventually, it was named Penicillium notatum. Penicillium notatum is the first base compound. Well, actually, it's not a compound, but it's a mold, actually, that is produced by Penicillium notatum that eventually was the first of the series of experiments that resulted to what we know now as antibacterial agent, or better known as antibiotics, which saved, of course, millions of lives during the Second World War. Okay? Now, so that means to say the rest is history. No? Now, if I'm in a chemistry class, I will tell you the story about how Penicillium notatum was actually separated and as a compound, no? Because they found out that it can cause allergic reactions, and that actually sparked many structural elucidation to separate the compound that causes allergic reaction to that of a compound that is relatively safe for human bodies. And because of that, when you go to the pharmacy to buy antibiotics, you have a wide range of selection of antibiotics. Many of them, more likely, had been derived from the original penicillin. Innovation, still, okay. Watching others. Commonly, one strategy that we use would be benchmarking on innovation. I guess you have discussed many companies would benchmark what would be their competitive edge or what would be the problems that the company experience in comparison with other companies. So I will not be talking essentially with benchmarking per se, but in many cases, benchmarking as a means for innovating is a good way of watching others. Why are you watching others? If you are selling a product, you would like, of course, to understand and to know what your competitors are doing. What are they doing better than you do? Okay, so, for example, you plan what to be benchmarked, you analyze, gap analysis, what are they doing, what are we not doing well here, and then outcomes. You communicate and look into the gaps that need to be further improved. And having that, you wanted to ensure that out of the analysis you have outcomes. And you implement what you want to do better, and then you complete what you have started on. So when you see a company doing better, because these are the processes that they are doing, and you want to innovate, then that's the best way to do it, okay? Which is benchmarking. So, Xerox, for example, in terms of benchmarking for chronology, you notice that for several years, from 1979 up to 1990, they have used as a corporate agenda benchmarking to create innovation within the company. It's a long way from Chester Carlton when he sold the idea of electrophotography. Because the original idea about Xerox is electrophotography, okay, which they actually changed to xerography, considering that electrophotography is like taking simply pictures, which is not really the real essence of photocopy. Okay, well, that's another story, long story. Anyway, recombinant innovation. Where do you say recombinant? Combination. No. So, you may want to borrow ideas in order to come up with something that is more innovative. Before, when you buy, how do you call this, a tennis shoes, you simply have one model, right? And you have no choice at all. But when you go now to the department store and want to buy a tennis shoes, you are bewildered by the possible choices. Which one would I want to buy? Because you will notice that they have literally changed, and you have thousands of possibilities in the process. So you have Nike Air, pump it up, okay? And then of course, Reebok and Adidas followed suit with all the changes. There's a pair of shoes for basketball, football, for running, for walking. I would not be surprised if somebody comes up with a pair of shoes for sleeping. Okay? They literally. But look at it. They are all shoes. They're all shoes. No, it's not as if you're putting them on your hands. But they made sure that you will have a choice based on what activity that you will be doing. So they say, no two feet are alike. Not even your own. Okay. Believe it or not, I saw tennis shoes for short people. And it's literally high heel tennis shoes. Have you seen that? Oh, it is. You can find it. The sole would be this high. Yes, so that you seem to look tall, okay? Without wearing your high heels. Okay? Now, tell me about this. Regulation and vision. Okay? Anybody, any volunteer? Why do we have to innovate? Because of regulations. Well, it's not only in Indonesia. It's all over the world. When suddenly we realize that leaded gasoline can be very toxic because lead is poisonous. It's an element that cannot biodegrade and it remains in the environment for a long time. And therefore, we suddenly realize that lead cannot go on as part of our additive in gasoline. Okay, why do we use lead? Tetraethyl lead actually improves than, it's more of an anti-knock property because they actually, how do you call this? They actually improve the branching of the carbon chain that prevents knocking. And when the engine burns into carbon dioxide and water. Okay. Now, before I start talking about chemistry, let's go back to the anti-agent. Okay. Anyway, the bottom line is government regulation will tell you you cannot sell gasoline with lead anymore. In fact, there's my favorite story about Thomas Alva Edison, who actually started this particular experiment. He did 2,000 possible substitutes to lead so that this can be added to gasoline just to improve its efficiency. Unfortunately, the 2,000 did not work. And during an interview with a New York reporter, the reporter said, "Are you not disappointed that out of the 2,000 experiments that you have done, nothing worked?" And the famous line of Thomas Alva Edison said, "There is no such thing as a failed experiment. Because if I have known that this cannot be done anymore, I can tell the world that please do not do this because it cannot work." So, it is still important knowledge that I am imparting, right? So, I have done this. It did not work. Please don't go there. Do not waste your time. And that is the value, he said, of experiments. Do not think that every experiment that you do, every strategy that you propose, it's going to work. That means to say, if you found out it fails, do not do it again. Okay? Which is a very beautiful mindset for people who are highly innovative. Okay? So, in the process, we have done a lot of changes, primarily because we are no longer allowed to do so. The Clean Air Act, of course, changed the way we manufacture products in order to reduce our carbon dioxide footprint to the environment. So if your company is spewing dark smoke on your smokestack, probably the next month the government will revoke your license to operate. Do you have a choice? None. Okay. So you need to innovate. Okay. Advertising. I will not tell you about the power of advertising anymore. These are quite shocking, but oftentimes you will take a look at it. Okay? So the more shocking, think the more eye-catching it would be, by the way, these are advertisement of United Colors of Benetton, which is really a perfume. Why do you see people kissing there? Okay. Anyway, I guess I cannot belabor the value of advertising on anything. All of us would more likely buy a product, it's because your favorite celebrity is endorsing it. Or you see it on a daily basis, you want to have it. Okay? And of course, inspiration. Okay? A lot of the food that we eat had been changed several times because we were inspired about the way it is being done. You know? Who said that success is based on 99% inspiration and only 1% perspiration. Okay? Meaning, a lot of new ideas will really inspire you, for something new. I can tell you a lot of stories on this, but we have more to go. Okay. And then the technology push and the market pull can be something that will actually require us to innovate. By the way, when we say technology push, advances in technology are used to produce new products. Inspiration of new products comes from R&D laboratories. An innovation based upon a new invention and a perceived market need. And one of this is technology push created our mobile phones. Then we have the market pull. What do we mean by market pull? Inspiration for new products often comes from what are needed by the society. What is in demand? So market research improves products, brand loyalty, have one psychology. I need this, and therefore I should have it. An innovation which is based upon market pull has been developed by R&D function in response to an identified market need. Probably not really a market need, it can be a trend or even a fashion. So why do you have to wear pants that have holes in it? Well, because it looks fashionable. Everyone is wearing it. I need a pair of pants with holes in it. So, well, I will not dwell on this, and let me explain market pull versus technology push. Products can actually be developed through market pull, which is consumer demand, or technology push. Actually, the activity here would ask you to list what are the products that have been developed based on market pull, and what were those that were produced based on technology push. So when technology produces a new improved product for which demand has to be created, then it is being pushed into the market. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this. For example, by the way, this is where you're supposed to be looking at all of this in the portal. How the knowledge-driven companies like 3M is involved in what? School supplies, primarily. Supplies rather for education. That includes your tape, different types of tapes that you use. And you cannot imagine how many classes are this. The double-sided, the transparent tape, the masking tape, the whatever stick-ons that you have, a lot. Then of course, spirit, and then pouring. Pouring would be for dinnerwares. Okay. And a lot of porcelain wares. So, what are their core knowledge base that they create and exploit? Please look into this portal, and in your free time, you can actually process this information. These are simply very short videos that tell you about what did this company do for pushing their products to the customer. So these are all, of course, the result of scientific researches that they have actually done. And then, this is a classic case of push technology. So, when we say push, the information usually is pushed to the clients from the server. For example, if you have your cell phone, whether you like it or not, it will tell you you have a message. Okay? And oftentimes, if you have a message, there goes the advertisement and all the like. So, the information is given to you. Okay? So, when I put my cell phone to roaming, immediately, the service provider in the Philippines will commonly tell you that soon they will activate your roaming services. When I come to Indonesia, it tells me that welcome to Indonesia. And this is your service provider, and you can enjoy your visit here using our services. When I go to Vietnam, just crossing the border, and it says welcome to Vietnam. Wow! That's how technology is being pushed. Oftentimes, whether you like it or not. And you can see some of the samples that you actually see. Okay. And of course, this one is an example of technology push. Like Sunny Walkman in 1995, the total production was 150 million. However, in order to push their product, they have to develop 300 different Walkman models to produce since the time. 300! Wow! Why? Because during the time, I had Walkman which uses, you remember the tape, cassette tape? You want to play the music, you have to have this cassette tape. So when you are jogging, I'm bringing 2 or 3 different cassette tapes with me so that as soon as it's done, I'll change it. Now you don't do that. Nobody is using that anymore. Okay? You can have thousands of music in a small Walkman gadget. Okay? So what next? Not just enough. They now have Bluetooth, so that you have MP3 player, integrated mobile phone. You don't need even a separate Walkman for that. Okay? So you can have Spotify or any of these applications that will provide you your favorite music without necessarily acquiring a new gadget. Now, innovation can be a design driver. Okay? Now, in this particular slide, you can see what's the product. Watches. Okay? You have watches here. Now, what does a watch do? It only takes time. Okay? It only tells you the time. Sir, here's something interesting. A robot was once asked, if you are to make a choice and you are given a watch, you remember the watches before, that actually is working, but it does not tell you the correct time. I think you remember way back in the 80s, 90s, when the technology was not really very, very good. You can buy a watch that can be, after a few months, it will tell you it will be 5 minutes late. You remember that? Or even 10 minutes late. And sometimes, oh, the battery is gone, it does not work at all. So the computer was asked, here is a watch that's working, but it does not tell you the correct time. Next, you have a watch that does not work at all. It simply says it's 4 o'clock. Okay? So, which one will you choose? Surprisingly, do you know what the robot actually chose? What? 2 choices only. The second one, why?
Because it's actually
say 4 o'clock?
It will tell you in a day correctly the time twice. 4 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. What use do you have with a watch that is supposed to be working but it does not tell you the correct time? The reason is a watch was only built for telling you that time. Okay. So, what's the argument over here? For something that only does one function, suddenly you realize that this is not really the idea. It's not about the function. It's about design, style, okay? And this is where technology push comes in, okay? So, what do you mean? For example, Orbin wants to do diving beneath the ocean. So he would want a watch that is waterproof, that can actually work even on 300 feet below sea level. And here comes, for example, Fitri, who wants the nightlife, and she wants a very fancy looking watch. He does not want to wear a diverse watch, of course. So can you see the difference? One that is actually driven by design, even if you have the market pool, user-centered and technology push, what is given priority here would be design-driven. And of course, now you have a watch that tells you how many steps have you taken, how many calories have you spent, and anything under the heat of the sun, including the date and the time. Okay, so there you go. Exploring the future. The very famous Tesla. By the way, Tesla had a running competition with Thomas Alva Edison. And among the inventors of our modern times, Tesla is the most underrated, but he's the most brilliant, actually, among them. Well, I can tell you the story of Tesla, but we have no time also. Anyway, please take a look at www.tesla.com, and you will see a lot of companies are doing research, not primarily because they are being pulled by the market, but they are really looking at what is the future. I saw restaurant that has a display of different kinds of mugs. You know, the old type of incandescent mug to the modern type of mugs. Very interesting to see the evolution. And we actually give credit not simply to Thomas Alva Edison, but to Tesla. Actually, the original idea was coming from him. Okay. And of course, user innovators. What I said a while ago about Orbin wanting to dive. And of course, when you want to dive and you want to bring a watch, it has to be waterproof. It has to withstand water pressure at least 300 meters beneath the surface of the water. So, also, because of what you need as a user, you can innovate. Like, for example, you also want camera, that are tough, so that when you drop it, it does not break into 1,000 pieces. When you want to take photos underneath water, you need a camera that is also waterproof. So many of the innovation are based very specifically to those people who are using it. Okay? And then, of course, these are also examples of user-led innovation. You're quite familiar, of course, with Lego, with different kinds of toys, and you can take a look at the website that is being shown there to show you different innovations that Lego have undertaken over the years. Because Lego usually is synonymous to toys that you can put together. And they have actually innovated with a lot more. So, children nowadays does not only use blocks, they have people already that can be put in different shapes, different figures. As the years go by, Lego has to innovate. Okay? And then using the crowd. What do you mean by using the crowd? Common term, Kevin, when you say using the crowd, what does that mean? You innovate because you use the crowd. Who is the crowd? Huh?
Market.
Of course, the users. What does many people want? And commonly, this is where you go to. So, companies would usually have competitions as to idea generation. And where do they base this? What the majority of the people need and want. So, it's not very specific to a particular user, but you want the general public to need it. So that is where your innovation usually would go. Okay. I think we are quite familiar with the reason why many companies, of course, wanted to be sure that it will be a product that will be bought by a lot of people. Now, there are different types of product innovation. Okay? You can have incremental product improvement. Okay? The incremental will take this pie. This one. Okay? And I already pointed out to you what are some possible incremental product improvement. You have a product, you simply improve it little by little. Even the cup of your toothpaste has been improved already. Then you can innovate because of cost reduction. Okay? You want to reduce production costs. You want to reduce the price of the product. I guess that's a given. Then you want to innovate because you want to reposition yourself in the market. You have been widely known for this product alone, but you want to do or give more, and therefore you want also to be known not only as a media conglomerate, you want to go into petroleum, you want to go into natural gas, and the like. Now, you may want also to extend your line. So now you're only producing detergents. What goes with the detergents? Fabric conditioner. And then what else? Maybe you want to have salt rocks, the like of stain remover. Okay? So you extend the line of your products further. Then new product lines, completely new. Okay? Or you may want new to the world products that you are introducing it for the first time, which normally will require longer and larger amount of investments. Okay? As you move up, you suddenly realize that you need more investment in terms of money and resources and output. Okay? So, take a look at this. New to the world products, Coca-Cola frozen lemon. By the way, have you tasted this already? Me too. Okay. Anyway, here is one innovation in Coca-Cola that I never forget. You remember before, when somebody wins the Miss Universe, they will normally say 36, 24, 36. What is that? That's the vital statistics of the beauty queen. Okay? And we normally refer that to Coca-Cola bottle. You remember the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, or you never, you forgot all about it. The Coca-Cola used to be in a glass bottle that looks like this, curvature. So that's 36 bust line, waistline, 24, and 36 for the hip line. So we often refer that to Coca-Cola body. Okay. Over the years, glass becomes more expensive. Okay? And it's very difficult to collect. Losses would come in. So, now, when you have Coca-Cola body, you slap the guy Because Coke now is like this. No shape at all. What do you think of me? So they have changed because in response to many innovations that they have done. Before, I'm not so sure here in Indonesia. Coke is in 6 ounce, 8 ounce, bigger. Now we have what we call Coke Sakto. It's very tiny, like this tall only. In short, it's just simply one gulp, and then that's it. Just to quench your thirst. It's easy to carry in your bag, and it's easy to dispose. And they have responded to that. And of course, that's part of product innovation. Although unfortunately I haven't tasted this yet. You can tell me how is it later on when we taste that. And here is a type of product innovation which is related to a single brand by a single company that produces multiple product lines. Example, Starbucks product range. Coffee before is only coffee. And I remember in our old house before, you have coffee beans grounded and you boil it in a kettle. Okay? And you pour it, you want milk or sugar, that is it. Now, they will give you a menu and I will often will say, what is this all about? You have iced coffee, latte, whatever, no, espresso, frappuccino, you name it, we have it. Okay? They will always say, what do you want, mom? I have no idea about the choices here because there are simply too many. Can I simply have a coffee? But which coffee? Okay. And then, not only that, even the containers of the coffee. Would you like small, large, or extra large family? And I said, can I simply have a coffee? No, ma'am. What tumbler would you want? Oh my God, then I have to make another choice. Even the food. Okay, I cannot simply underestimate. What are the choices of food that you have to select? And therefore, they can also produce different kinds of equipment. So, notice the product lines is actually very wide. Okay? And the one that I was telling you a while, if you want to produce detergents, don't end up only in detergents because you may want to consider in the detergent additional product category. The same branding, but you can have new flavors, new color, forms, ingredients, packet sizes from the smallest to the biggest sizes. So that even if you want to buy an ordinary soap, by the way, in chemistry, the characteristic of soap, it is the basic, just like a watch. What is the purpose of soap? It's for cleaning. Of course, detergents are soaps also. But not all detergents are actually soaps. Soaps are primarily used for cleaning. Okay? So all detergents are soaps, but not all soaps are detergents. Reason, because detergents would contain surfactants that ensure that soil or dirt on your clothes can easily come in contact with the detergent and make life of washing a lot easier for us. Because unlike before, our parents, probably our grandparents, they have this plain soap. And what do? You have to rub, and then, I don't know if you're washing in the same way by hands. And then you get a piece of wood, you put it on the top, and no. You don't have that. Why do you want to do that? Because you want to squeeze out all the dirt, okay? Because the soap cannot efficiently remove them. Detergents are surfactants. Once it hits the soil or the dirt, the the hydrophilic, there you go. The hydrophilic end, the water-loving end goes to the water. The hydrophobic end goes to the dirt. Okay? And there's a tug of war between them. You put them in the washing machine and it goes like this. They remove the dirt, then you need to wash it with water because you don't want the dirt to go back to your clothes again. So it's drained out as dirt. So when you have clean water, as it goes out, it's done. Because all the soil, the dirt, goes with the water. That's how cleaning action is made. Which unfortunately, we only realize later on. That's why we have this wide range of product range. But that's not even enough. When you have already washed your clothes, you want to smell a perfume. Which perfume would you like? Is it lemon? Is it a perfume coming from Paris? Or it's something like ocean breeze? One fabric conditioner can be a bewildering choice to make. Okay? Just to highlight it. And then, of course, repositioning. Example, Pertamina. This is the old logo. It's in petrochemicals and natural gas. The modern Pertamina now is literally in everything. Okay? Real estate, fabric, industrial manufacturing, they are all over. No, because they wanted to reposition into diverse products. I guess many companies have done that already by repositioning themselves, not only focusing on one product line alone, but rather many products. Even if they're giants by themselves, they're big companies, a lot of these have repositioned themselves. Believe it or not, one of the biggest companies in the Philippines, SM, Mega Holdings now, and it's listed in the Forbes market, actually started as one. It is a show mart. Okay? I happen to, in my elementary grades, we want to buy a pair of shoes, we go to show mart. That's the reason why it's SM. But show mart is never used now. But they actually maintain SM. Okay? They only sell what? Of course, shoes. Now, they are not only in supermarket, they are now in manufacturing, real estate, you name it, they have it. They have repositioned themselves to a large extent, not only in the Philippines, but all over Southeast Asia. And I will not tell you the story about cars anymore. The picture speaks 1,000 words. From a series of small existing products, they usually innovate the cars, and you cannot believe it, but they have already made a lot of changes. All of these cars you can see in the market, but they are open to different users. Okay? So they have a series of small improvements of existing product or product line in order to maintain their competitive position over time. These incremental innovations that you can see in the picture in a car company usually improve their products to include new features that increasingly is demanded by the clients. For example, this old model can simply take you around, of course, but these new models probably would have a back camera that will help you see the lines so that you don't hit a tree at the back or another car when you park. It probably may have even a video screen, not only in front but at the back. Okay? And it would probably drive when it recognizes your face. Okay? A lot more features. Okay? And then, of course, mass customization. No? The distribution and the characteristics that you can see had triggered innovation as well. So distribution customization, what do you mean by this? Customers may customize the product, packaging, delivery schedule, and everything else. No? that is needed for you. Okay, why is this so important? For example, in the Philippines, I think you have a different service provider, Lazada. Lazada is one of the biggest online provider in the Philippines. But the customer does not only want a product, they want to ensure that the product is well packaged. So that when you buy a lipstick, it is not smeared because you have not actually packaged it properly. Sometimes they even put it in a box if it's for a birthday, for example, they gift wrap it, make some personal touch to ensure that the customer is given a priority on what they need. Okay? And a lot of our local suppliers would do that in order to ensure that the customer satisfaction is actually there. iTunes, for example, will personalize the music based on your selection. Okay? Do you want rock and roll? You want classical music? Or you are one into B&B? Okay? So that depends. Okay? What music you want. Then you can have assembly customization. You may want it based on predefined options, and they can do this for you. Like Dell, for example, they can reconfigure the equipment based on your demand. Okay? Many of us would say, oh, I want this in my laptop. Can you please put that in? They can offer that. Okay? And then you can have publication customization, which allows you to do a number of predefined designs before these are even manufactured. For example, many of our buildings now, like the one that you see around that are being constructed, are actually publication customized. Okay? Meaning, the company can manufacture it based on your specifications. Classic example, look at the window. You cannot, if you go to the hardware, can you find this? Of course not. This was ordered by UMN specifically for your dinosaur egg. So they probably had a company who supplied this for them. And of course, this has to specifically fit on the design that was based on the building plan. So you need to do that, publication and customization. Can companies do that? Answer, yes. Or else they will not be actually competitive. Then of course there are design customization. You are quite familiar with this. The products are actually produced based on what was initially demanded by the customer based on the design that they have given you. I think this is a given as well, okay? So, for example, you want to buy a ball gown, okay? The gown has to be designed based on what your initial specification would be. Can you do that? Of course, there would be people who would be willing to do that for you. Okay, Arabian Eye Clinics. By the way, this is an Indian company. Which initiated the mass production approach, but you will be surprised, just like McDonald's, but you will be surprised. Do you know the service that they are actually offering? Eye. Meaning, their mission is to prevent eye diseases that commonly cause blindness to a lot of people, particularly in India. But to keep their costs down, the processes that they undertake is actually mass production approach. So they build clinics all around India, a lot of them. They have customized the processes so that they can treat more patients at a lower cost than what is normally being spent by an average poor Indian in having their eye treatment. And they say the more, of course, that you do, the lower the cost. So they're able to reach out to as many people as they can to prevent blindness among people who are suffering from different eye diseases. Innovation. And then, of course, the Grameen Bank, which was introduced by Yunus. You're familiar with Grameen Bank? That was initiated in Bangladesh. It's an unique bank because if you go to the bank at the moment and you want to get a loan, what do they need? Collateral, right? You want to ask for a loan. How sure am I legally that you're going to pay the bank? Of course, you have to give a title of your land. Perhaps your house you want to mortgage, okay, your car, or your husband, if they want to get him. Anyway, Grameen Bank is really designed for the poor who cannot afford a collateral. So you create some kind of a group. Your group would actually make a promise that if you have, for example, an income generating project, you promise that you're going to pay the bank. Okay? It's like a guarantee. And they study the potential of the project that you want to introduce, and they give you the loan without necessarily giving the capital. What's unique about the bank is they target women. Because normally, who gets a loan from the bank? It's usually the husband. Okay, because they're the breadwinners. So they want to encourage more livelihood among poor women in Bangladesh. And this actually was their idea. And to their surprise, at first they were already saying, oh, you're going to fail. You have no collateral, your clients are poor, how will they pay? But the fact that they trust the people who are actually doing their livelihood projects, and to the surprise of many, it's thriving. And many of the Grameen banks are actually earning profits. Normally, not much, but they are sustainable. Okay? Then design-driven innovation, I have been talking about this. You saw this already in the early slides. It's just a bit better design, I guess. Summary. Innovation don't just appear perfectly formed, and the process is not simply a spark of imagination giving rise to changing world. Instead, many innovations come from a number of sources that interact over a given time. Okay? So it's not one-shot deal. Sources of innovation can be resolved into two broad classes: knowledge push and the need pull, although they almost always act in tandem. Innovation arises from the interplay between your knowledge push and the need pull. Okay? And there are many variations on this thing. For example, need pull can include social needs, market needs, latent needs. No? Latent are what they call squeaking wheels. No? You already know something will happen. This is going to be destroyed. And therefore, you need to do something about it. Crisis needs, of course. While the basic forces of pushing and pulling have been a feature of innovative landscape for a long time, it involves moving frontiers into new sources of push and pull into play. So you often have emerging demand pull from bottom of the pyramid, and of course the opportunities there are often accelerated because of research and development. Okay. Now, in summary, regulation is also an important element in shaping and affecting innovation activities because they normally restrict what can be done and what cannot be done for legal reasons. New trajectories for change are established which entrepreneurs can take advantage of. For example, we have totally banned CFCs. What do you mean by CFCs? Chlorofluorocarbons. All refrigerants now are CFC free. Okay? Reason, we have actually destroyed our ozone layer. So if Indonesia is a signatory for that, you are not allowed to produce compounds containing chlorofluorocarbon. That's totally banned from the market. Okay. Any question? None. Good. So, can we quickly take a short break? Because after this we have short sessions going through. Can I request you to take 15 minutes, come back, and I am told you can pick up something from the how do you call this, your dining room, no? Then please come back. Okay? Maybe there's coffee or I don't know. And you can go, of course, to the restaurant. Please. Thank you. But 15 minutes back. Morning. Finally, I was able to figure out where that video is. I hope this works. Okay? So, very, very short video on the essence of leading aeration. Any change that you want to lead, perhaps you can learn from this particular video.
Yang di dekat di belakang gitu. Itu kan tidak.
Tapi di luar yang satu. Tutup. Jadi nggak ada tutup. Soalnya itu tutup. Sekian itu. Apa sih?
Now, what struck you most out of the video? Ms. Tari, from the video, what phrases, sentences struck you most? Trust is very important for the leader. Actually, it's not technology that is the issue. In the past decade, it's literally trust. What else, Steven?
Take action.
Take action.
Yes.
Yes, very important. And other, Kevin?
There are other things that is important than money and sex.
Okay, there are more important other things that are important than money. Okay, Jasmine, what struck you most in the video?
There's no rest to finish the quality.
There is
No race. finish the quality.
Yes, always look into the standards. Your focus will be on excellence. Take risks. All of these qualities are things that we have been discussing yesterday that you need to develop if you want to lead and manage innovation. Okay? The same way if you want to manage creativity, these are the same characteristics that you need to actually embody in yourself as a leader. You may not be all of this, okay? But at least you're aware that if you want to manage and lead change, these are things that you have to put in mind, okay? Now, let me go into my presentation. Oh, since we are already here, and I'd like to show you another one before I remove the USB. Okay, because this was not actually saved. Let's see. Because this is one that will introduce the topic for us. This is rather quick, so you have to miss it.
Think That is inspired by a childhood experience I had involved with a plastic baseball bat. Rather than tell you the story and how this bat changed reality, let me share a little bit of the thinking that went into this book. In short, Pink Bat is about turning problems into solutions. While it's an entertaining story, its message has actually been called inspiring, powerful, even life-changing by educators, business leaders, and others who have read it. But turning problems into solutions may seem illogical at first, but once you read Pink Bat, you're going to start seeing things a little bit differently. In fact, you'll quickly discover many of the things that people call problems aren't problems at all. Most are hidden, and some are actually unseen solutions just waiting for you to connect the dots. Does this all seem impossible? Well, Pink Bat reminds us that finding solutions is actually in our DNA. It's how we've survived and developed all these years. You know what many people today consider impossible really isn't that way at all. It's impossible. Falling fruit, perhaps it also affects the orbits and the planets too. He turned a problem into a solution called the universal law of gravitation. Back in 1928, most scientists would have considered it a problem to return from a vacation and find a petri dish contaminated with mold. Alexander Fleming didn't view it as a problem at all. In fact, he applied Pink Bat thinking, and it led to the discovery of penicillin. Are you starting to see how this whole thing works now? So why do some people see solutions that other people miss? Well, while we all share the same world, we certainly don't share the same reality. You see, our five senses collect far more input than we can ever process. And to prevent sensory overload, our brain filter edits it. It's this process that establishes our perception of reality. In other words, our reality is a filtered version of reality itself. Our brain filters through volumes of random data, moment by moment, selecting and rejecting evidence to support our beliefs. Subconsciously, we select the pieces that fit our brain's perceived puzzle and reject those that don't. Wow, that's a double whammy. When we label something as a problem, it becomes one. You know, many unseen solutions are simply mislabeled problems. Before we can see something as a solution, we need to stop seeing it as a problem. Now, there's called perceptual blindness, or sometimes inattentional blindness. In one study, Professor Daniel Simons asked volunteers to watch a short video. In this video, there's two groups of people. One's wearing black shirts and the other's wearing white. Well, they're passing a basketball around. The subjects were told to count the number of passes made by the team wearing white. At some point, a person wearing a gorilla suit appears during the video. Now imagine this. Here all of a sudden this guy in a gorilla outfit appears, for several seconds. When the video ends, researchers asked, hey, did anyone see anything unusual? The results were absolutely amazing. Half the volunteers reported seeing nothing unusual. Now, how can this even be? How can 50% of the people miss a gorilla in the room? Mostly because they weren't looking for it. They were totally focused on something else. Simply put, when we focus on one thing, we miss another. Politicians and magicians have known about this phenomenon for years. It also explains why outsiders often see solutions that experienced insiders miss. They don't share the same bias. Children are notorious for pointing out what we adults have stopped seeing long ago, or maybe we overlooked from the very start. Initially, these shapes may appear meaningless, but that's because most people focus on the black shapes and ignore the white spaces in between. When you actually focus on the white shapes, the black shapes become less important, and suddenly solutions appear. Keep in mind, the image actually stays the same, right? It's our perception that changes. Turning problems into solutions works much the same way. It's a matter of adjusting our perception, suspending our judgment, and then remaining open-minded to all the real possibilities that exist. In writing this book, I was absolutely amazed at the seemingly endless number of historic pink bat examples I uncovered. It's funny, most solutions seem so obvious after the fact, right? It's like that old saying goes, hindsight's 20/20. Well, while it's fun looking back, I didn't write pink bat for historical documentation so much as to help you find today's solutions and create a brighter future for yourself and those around you. We can live each day in a world filled with problems, or we can rise each morning and embrace a world filled with unseen solutions. That decision's yours. Both worlds exist. The one you choose to focus on is the world you will create. Once you grasp this reality, you realize unseen solutions are everywhere. In fact, maybe you're seeing a pink bat right now.
Keren banget. Jadi pindah.
Because I need to use my pointer. The reason why I showed you pink bat is because we should be looking at it as pink bat solution in the next 3 topics that I will be discussing. Okay, let's not focus on the problem, but rather on the solutions. Okay, so the next 3 topics that we will be discussing will not be exactly new to you. This will be more of the application of the concepts of the first sessions 1, 2, and 3. Okay. But first thing, maybe you are wondering why am I wearing this kind of colorful blouse. Okay. Yesterday I was wearing you're quite common with the national costume of the Philippines. Normally male wear the barong, which is made up of piña, pineapple fibers woven. You know? That's the reason why when I have to wear that, I have to bring it to the steam laundry. You cannot wash it. It has to be steam laundered. Okay. This one is kind of interesting because this is the blouse, the Bowley blouse, which is very famous because these are woven by what is known as dream weavers. When do we call it dream weavers? The Tibolis do not have written scripts. That means to say they do not write patterns and designs. Okay? So what do they do? These dream weavers, usually these are the traditional weavers, would usually sleep on it and dream about the design. So when they make this, this is based on their dreams. And they're telling us about stories. Unfortunately, I cannot tell the story about my blouse. But definitely, when you want to make one for this, it will be going to be a different design because they do not keep patterns of their design. So this blouse is a one of a kind for the Tibolis. So that means to say it's kind of also expensive. They do not mass produce clothes like this because this is based on what they have dreamed about. And it's a story. So it took me 6 months to be able to claim the blouse. Fortunately, I have a student who has a relative who is an original dream weaver. And she made a blouse for me. And the ornaments, by the way, is actually made by Tibolis. More younger people now are being developed with the skill of making beads, which is usually colorful. The more colorful it is, the more prosperous the family will be. Okay, I think this will be true also for Indonesian culture. But what is interesting about these gentle people, which are our indigenous people, is the fact that they normally move on with their life. They actually practice animism. They have no subscribed gods, but they believe in a supreme being, but not the definitive, just like what Christians and Muslims do. Okay. They are very gentle, peace-loving people. They live on the highlands of South Cotabato, and you see a very unique culture in themselves. So, oftentimes, you have a mistaken notion that originality, innovation is only true for those highly educated people. It is within. We are wired to innovate, as according to feedback. It is in our DNA, or else we will never survive. Because remember, the law of biology will say survival of the fittest. In business, I guess it will still be the same. You have to survive, but you have to be fit. Okay? So, the next topic will be innovation through technology, brokering, and innovation network. You cannot survive by yourself. You have to create a network in order to do that. So, in this particular session, we will explain how innovation actually happens. Describe types of innovation network that you can get into. Identify the benefits of learning network and discuss open innovation and the challenges that you will commonly meet when you do that. And of course, together with this, we'll be discussing how to manage innovation networks as well. I will not go through how this works in terms of the video on the challenges of managing innovation in innovative fashion, because we will actually be discussing that later on. But if you want to really see the video, the link is there. Okay? Now, first question. How innovation happens? Now, usually it starts with a brilliant idea. You go through the process, and then you see success at the end of the tunnel. Okay? But it seems as simple as that. Unfortunately, it is not. So, that means to say you have to go through this difficult process. Now, in modern times, networking innovation is very common. Okay. Reason for that, of course, collective efficiency. The more you are at it, the better it will be. You have access to different resources. Then, of course, collective learning. We are all quite familiar with this. The learning process that is shared commonly, you gain more out of it. Collective risk taken. You anticipate failure in the process, but at the same time, since many of you are working on it, the chances of committing that failure is drastically reduced. And then intersection of different knowledge sets. Meaning, you continue to build on different relationships. Traveloka, for example, you're quite familiar with when you want to book a ticket, not only the ticket for the airline, the hotel, the transportation, etc., etc., they will do it for you. And then, of course, Terminal 2, CGK, and then, of course, very familiar, very common, Moji. Okay, I will not explain how that works because you're quite familiar with this. What then is an innovation network? A complex or interconnected group or system, and networking involves using that particular arrangement to accomplish the particular task. I guess you're quite familiar with the definition of what is networking. They may seem complicated, but actually what is important are the lines that are connecting them. You don't need to see each one of them. It's just an illustration of how networking happens. Okay? So, there are different network perspectives, of course. In this process, the different network perspective in innovation research will show you can have a social network focus, which of course will involve regional and business groups, communities, or scientists and engineers. And then you can have the actor network, portfolios of strategic alliances, and then focus usually in this column here, sorry, I'm supposed to use this pointer, focus on general innovation. This one, diffusion and commercialization of innovation, and network mobilized for a specific innovation would usually focus on very discrete innovation. Okay. So one from general, the other more discrete. Okay. Now, what are the types that you would commonly see when you talk about innovation network? First, very common among them, sorry, they're very fast. Gumpa, I like that. You have entrepreneur-based innovation network. So you have complementary resources being put together in order to make sure opportunity is pushed forward. Different businesses coming together. Okay. Or it can be based on internal project team within a company. And they network different divisions in the network, bring together their skills and knowledge to enable some opportunity to be taken forward within a company. Or it can be communities of practice. This can involve different players across different organizations which are concerned with particular aspects or area of knowledge. The academe is a classic example of community in practice. More and more universities nowadays do not simply focus on the local expertise that they have. They become more open to have visiting professors so that somehow experiences, the learning process is widened. So network is not limited to business. It is also taking place even in educational institutions. Then you have spatial clusters, networks which form because of the players being close to one another, being found in the same place. For example, in Silicon Valley, the ICT industry is very common among them. And then you can have development consortia, the sharing of knowledge to create new products, like the Symbian Consortium between Sony, Ericsson, Motorola. These are all ICT companies. And they are developing common operating system for mobile phones and PDAs. And of course, you have supply chain learning. When you say supply chain learning, you develop innovative good practice and product development across a value chain. For example, in the aerospace industry, they usually have different groups of companies working together to ensure that they are providing their suppliers and also their clients the most or outmost rather benefit. For example, if you go to Thailand, Vietnam, the airlines you usually welcome to the Star Alliance. You ride Cebu Pacific, you will say welcome to the Value Alliance. Meaning, if they cannot fly from this place to another place, they connect or they network with another airline to ensure that if I fly from the Philippines to this place, I can take this Alliance airline and they can easily connect me to the next destination I would like to go. That is also true for all the other services that they require, meaning the suppliers. What do they need to supply? Fuel, ground crew, catering, no? Just to mention a few, okay? Of course, maintenance is very important. So they do not need to hire maintenance crew specifically for Cebu Pacific here in Indonesia. They usually have a supply chain alliance or consortia. Okay. Then emerging standards, exploring and establishing standards around innovative technologies. This is very common among motion picture expert groups, video and audio compression standards. Which reminds me, when you watch a movie, at the opening credits, you will see a lot of, this is made by film like this. The color is by this. And there are many other companies that have joined in order to produce a movie. It's not only made by one company. So usually the opening credits will tell you how many companies have actually provided services in order to make that one single movie. The same is true with music. Okay? So the entertainment industry is full of this type of kind of networking. Then you have crowdsourcing and funding networks. Banks, for example, are very popular in terms of funding networks. So if one bank cannot provide the necessary loan for a huge construction like an airport, normally it is a network of funding institutions that will provide you with a loan. Okay? Just like fintechs. Now you don't need to read all of this, but all of these have actually found their way into a network. Okay. A lot of companies, my God. So, these are ones that are within a particular locality. No? Apple Park in Cupertino, Intel in Santa Clara, Adobe in San Jose, and Google in Mountain View. Just to mention a few. And this is the network system of fintech. The ecosystem have actually branched out to finance institutions, startup ecosystems, and the like, which is really massive in terms of networking. And another example are all these companies that are involved in financial industry institutions and are also regulators. Notice, a single company can have different partners and investors as well. So, a company or a business usually does not exist on their own. Normally, they have created so many kind of networking. Just to show the illustration. What would be the benefit of doing this? Can we not do this alone instead of networking, stuff like that? In shared learning, there is a potential for challenge and structured critical reflection from different kinds of perspective. And of course, from different perspective, you see new concepts emerging from the old ones. The shared experimentation can reduce perceived and actual cost or risk in trying new things. Why? Because there are many of you who would be working on this. Shared experiences, of course, can provide support and open new lines of inquiry and exploration. And at the same time, it helps explicate the system principles when you say explicate, you actually tend to separate, no, one from the other. This one, this is our supplier for resources. This is the one that supplies us for finance. In short, you separate the wood, no, from the trees. Okay, so you separate who does this and who does that. Okay, and then shared learning provides an environment for surfacing assumption, exploring mental models outside the normal experiences of individual organization. This prevents not invented here and other effects. Okay, but because you are doing this together. Shared learning can also reduce cost. Well, that's a given. Okay. When there are many of you doing this, the services usually the service cost goes down, okay? Which cannot happen when you do it yourself. So you can imagine if you have to do an R&D on something, you have to create a separate lab on your own. Wow, that's going to be very, very, very expensive. Okay. Let's take a look at what is the difference between an open innovation and one that is closed innovation. They look the same. It involves research and development still. But what can you see as a difference? Take a good look. Okay. What would be the difference? Can you tell us what you see in closed innovation? UK Ramblin. Okay. What can you see? This closed innovation. Can you describe this one? Okay.
And open innovation, many ideas,
Many ideas are coming in. Okay. What makes them separate from one another? Can you tell me? Bonaventura? Yes? Take a look. They may seem to be the same, but there is a difference. Oh, sorry. Can you see? Take a look. These are research projects. Okay. And then, even in open innovation, if you notice, there are still current markets. But what's big difference can you see? Kevin, can you see it? What's the difference? Here, that's the reason why it's closed. And here, look at that. Miss Tali, can you explain? Okay, look at the boundaries here. It's kind of firm, okay? Your projects goes through a panel. Okay? These are closed boundaries before it gets into the market. Here, in open innovation, there is still a boundary, of course. But there are new ideas that can permeate while your project is ongoing. If you have a research project, you're open to more ideas coming in. So the product would be still the current market. So in open innovation, let's take a closer look to it. You will notice that it seems that you have external technology base and internal technology base. Goes through a panel, but it can happen that somewhere along the way, there are other technology, technology that are in source. If there are other firm markets that may come in, you are open to new markets. And as it goes through the funnel, there are many changes that happens along the way, okay, before you hit the target. Okay? So that is why we call it more of an open innovation. In a closed innovation, this one has very firm boundaries and you follow certain set of rules and procedures. In an open innovation, you usually create a platform for others to build solutions. You run an idea through a competition, which one will work best and which one will not work. You build an open portal to invite more ideas, create a customer lab, and run a lead user project before you launch a challenge to the global innovation community. And in the process, you still need to co-create with your customers and even your partners. Even if you say, oh, we have this, but we're open, you tell us what we can possibly do to improve it better. That's open innovation. Okay. Now, what are the principles that we follow in open innovation? According to Chesbrough principles of open innovation, it can be summarized. Now, there are many things that you can possibly do, but we need to summarize them into this. One interesting, not all smart people will actually be working for you. Okay? External ideas can help create value, but it takes internal R&D to claim a portion of that value for you. It is therefore better to build a better business model than to get to the market first. It is, if you make the best use of internal and external ideas, then you win. And not only should you profit from others' use of intellectual property, or better known as IP, you should also buy others' IP whenever it advances your own business model. So you should expand R&D rules to include not only knowledge generation, but knowledge brokering as well. Okay. Because there has been a running debate on whether which comes first. No, I'm not talking about the chicken and the egg. In business, there is a running debate on whether to search first and research, or to do research first and then to search. Okay. But eventually, the debate had been settled down because you can actually do both at the same time. I'll explain that to you later on when we get into IP and R&D. Connect and develop. These are the reason why we are existing. So, commonly, we take a look at what we do and what our customers want. Okay? And in the process, you see the middle here, which is the value that we created for our business and the customer. In short, it is not simply a win-lose situation, but we wanted to create a win-win solution or condition. Because outside of this, normally it creates frustration, irritation, and on the part of our customer, annoyance, because we're not providing them with the service that they actually need or actually they want. Okay. So you need to take or focus on the value created for our customers. And therefore, we have to connect and develop our customer in terms of the ideas we also generate. Okay. So, this is a more or less more detailed explanation of what I just showed you. If you are a paying customer, what you have in your mind is don't sell what you can make, but make what you can actually sell. Okay? Now, every product actually is a solution to someone else's problem. Remember, pink bag, okay? Now, therefore, as a business, we would like to monetize the opportunities that we have. But we also want to have dedicated customers at the same time. So every single problem has a set of customers who have those problems. It can be, as I already pointed out, this is already an application of what was yesterday's topic. You remember? This can actually be based on demography, behavior, the interest of our segmented customers. Okay? So every customer will have a problem, and we should be aware of what is the problem so that we are able to give them the solution. And that customers will tend to compare the prices based on what they need before they can acquire it based on their budget. Okay? This is actually a Javelin template of how they brainstorm in terms of generating new ideas. Unfortunately, I'm sure you cannot read it from your seats during your free time. This is a kind of a template on how they do generate innovative ideas for themselves. Okay? So who is the customer? What is their problem? Define the solution. These assumptions that you make. Okay. So based on this, they can do several experiments, possible potential solutions to the problem, about the customer, what the customer needs, what they can possibly offer, what they can still further do in their company. Okay. This is just a template, of course. But this is a step-by-step way of how a company does their innovative development. And this is also another idea that is actually based on the different processes by Dell. By the way, Dell is actually what? In production of computers. And they're one of the leading brands. So they would actually say, jump into the eye of the storm. Post your idea for a new Dell product or service. Promote interesting ideas you want to see. Discuss with Dell and other users. See what we are planning to deliver. Okay? And they register there. This actually replaced the old suggestion box that many companies used to have in the 60s and the 70s. Now, all the idea generation, you can send it online to a particular division in the company. Another example of how Starbucks generate ideas. And some of the ideas that were generated that have inspired them to introduce and how much they have earned out of this. Okay? So, birthday celebrations, mobile payment through drive-thrus, happy hour, cake pops, all these ideas were generated from their particular procedure. Now, how to generate ideas in America. So, what are some of the challenges in open innovation? Of course, the challenge of the condition and context. For example, there is environmental uncertainty and the project might be too complex to accomplish easily. And then, of course, control and ownership of the resources. Sometimes, the employees at a particular level would like to generate and propose an innovation. Unfortunately, top management will tell you, hold your horses, we have no money for this. Okay? And then coordination and knowledge of knowledge flows from top down and down top. You have a problem in some companies. Now, believe me, I think for those who are connected with certain companies, you actually see these challenges real. And then creation and capture of the value. It's easily said, and unfortunately, it cannot be done. Okay. So, the potential benefits and challenges of applying open innovation. you increase your pool of knowledge, reduce reliance on limited internal knowledge because you can open it to others. The challenge, how to search for and identify relevant knowledge sources. Who are the experts in the field? And how to share or transfer such knowledge, especially tacit and systematic. Because ideas that you generate are ideas unless you convert it into reality. So the ideas, put it in paper, you have to have a process on how to do this. So sometimes brilliant ideas remain as such, brilliant ideas. Okay? Does not get into reality. You can reduce the cost and uncertainty associated with internal R&D and increase the depth and breadth of your own R&D because there are many who can help you in the process. However, this is less likely to lead to distinctive capabilities and more difficult to differentiate. External R&D are also available to other competitors. So if you source it out to convert to a particular consulting firm, for example, your R&D, that consulting firm may go also accepting projects that may be coming from your competitors. They can reduce cost of internal R&D, more resources from external search strategies and relationships. But, on the other hand, there is a need of sufficient R&D capability in order to identify, evaluate, and adapt external R&D. That you need to understand, especially if you source out your research and development. The one that I was telling you, you can hire an institution like UMN to do the research for you, or you can have a consulting firm do the R&D in your department. And others, greater emphasis on capturing rather than creating value. But the problem is first mover challenges depend on technology and what is the complex of the market. Better balance of resources, but creating ideas is only a small part of the innovation. You have value of intellectual property, very sensitive to complementary capabilities, especially if your network also would want their IPs, IPs, intellectual property rights. Usually this is where the problem arises. Who will own the innovation? Okay? So there could be conflict of commercial interest. And you need to do an acceptable negotiation. That can be the challenge. Okay. So, what are some of the strategies that would often support open innovation? And in many cases, you actually meet these terms, such as joint venture. You're familiar with that, right? This construction is a joint venture of company A, company B, and company C. Or, I already mentioned a while ago, strategic alliance, value alliance, star alliance, code alliances. Okay. Or, you can do outsourcing. The Philippines has a very strong outsource business industry. No? So it's a thriving industry where we commonly serve different companies abroad. For example, my daughter-in-law works in a Spanish-speaking company in Latin America and in Spain, but she is actually in the Philippines. That's the BPO, and that is what we call outsourcing. And then, of course, the licensing. That will depend from one country to another. So, in order to get a license, for example, to work or to provide service or business in Indonesia, American, European, or any other firm would usually have a license based on an Indonesian local firm. So they can actually do business here. Characteristics of partnership models. Network would often require partnership model. You have fewer suppliers, long-term relationship. greater equity, which is what we call as cost transparency. You actually focus on value flows. That is the relationship, not necessarily only the contract. Then you have vendor assessment plus development. Two-way or third-party assessment is available because there are many companies that are involved in the network. Mutual learning. The mutual learning means shared experience, expertise, knowledge, and investment. If you have a big project, definitely you wanted more agencies to be involved that will provide you with the supplies, the knowledge and expertise, the resources that are needed, and the financing of whatever you need. So when a project comes in, there are many companies usually that are involved on specific tasks or activities that are needed for the project. And options in engaging users. Well, you can have a market relationship or user community, or you can have a development process and an innovation attribute. So commonly, what can possibly be taken into consideration? Of course, you can do a co-development. You develop a project together. Okay? I think you are quite familiar with co-development. Then lead users ethnographic design. That will depend on the culture of the main characters in the business. Okay? And they are the one who would lead the group. And you have democratic innovation crowdsourcing. Normally, when you have a case where you have a greater demand for something and you're trying to develop it as a team, and it means to say you're free to develop something based on what is provided for or required by the greater majority. And of course, there are extreme users on the periphery. When you say extreme users, these are users that have very specific demands. And therefore, you have, for example, to produce for their particular purpose. For example, when you're developing sports equipment, for example, the sports equipment that you will have to develop would be based on specifications of the users. Like a tennis racket, a football pair of shoes, you might think it's as simple as that. No, they usually have a specific demand. Even, by the way, the basketball shorts that they are wearing, you know what sizes, how long it should be, what should go within it or beneath it are very specific. Okay? You cannot just simply say, oh, you can take it or leave it. No, because they have a specific demand for that. Okay. Challenges at this time. I've been selling the idea, oh, it's good to be on a network. But take note, the problem of how to manage something we don't own or control comes in. Because there are many of you, definitely, you do not own everything. Okay? The challenge of how to see system level effects, not narrow self-interest. Because now you cannot possibly say it, this is our own perspective. You have to think that you are in a network. And therefore, you have to consider the system not as an independent player. Okay? And how to build trust and shared risk-taking without tying the process up in contractual red tape. No? Usually, this is where the kink comes in. Because each part of the company that will join in the project, you are actually bound by the contract. Okay? So, oftentimes, this is where the delays comes in because company A did not deliver. Okay? Or company D did not provide the supply. That can be very challenging. And how to avoid free riders and information spillovers. You have a team and you have a lot of watchers. and they're not doing their job. So that becomes a problem. I know you belong to a group. Unfortunately, there will be 3 of you who are not doing anything at all. Well, this is true also when you have a network. Okay? So you may have those who are simply there because they want to benefit from the network, but they do not want to do their jobs. They do not want to do their or provide the investment that is needed. Okay. So there are types of innovation network. From incremental innovation, if your agenda is that, to more of the radical. Okay. Zone 1 normally involves just this. Sector forum, supply chain learning programs. And if you want radical, strategic alliance or sector consortium to develop new, for example, drugs or delivery systems. Or, if these are all similar, okay? But if it is heterogeneous, you can have a multi-company innovation network and complex product system, or you can simply create a best practice club if this is just simply incremental innovation that you want to do, okay? And this involves more, and these usually have similar, those that are involved in similar networking. So airline industry, all of them are only in the airline industry. But if you have petrochemicals can go into drugs, construction, fuel, a lot, no? You name it, more likely they will have it. Okay? Sorry for this. These actually are very small because this is based on Birkinshaw, Besant, and Delbridge in terms of barriers to new network formation. What are the barriers? Okay, you will notice you are quite familiar with all of them. The barriers can be how to find prospective partners. What are these barriers? Geographic, if they are found in different parts or locations. Technological, discontinuous opportunities often emerge in intersection of 2 technological domains. Differences in capabilities in terms of technology, or it can be in institution. Differences in objectives, the vision, the mission of an institution. Okay? And you want to create a network that tend to clash. Or it can be in the way you form relationships. One of the barriers will be ideological. Okay? Many potential partners will not share the same values and norms, and therefore they can be threats rather than opportunities. Some because of demographics. That is, you want to build network, but you have different values, different needs in different demographical groups. Okay? Iba-iba. That's what we call in the Philippines. Different from one another. Ethnic barriers arise because of deep-rooted cultural differences between countries or regions of the world. Okay. You notice Asians tend to create a network also among Asians. Europeans will tend to create networks among Europeans. Reason, very important. And generic approaches to new network formation. Actually, this is just a repetition of what we have been talking about. You can create a new network in proximate areas close to one another. Or you can seek new networks in different distant places. Or you can build relationship with unusual partner. Or you may move into uncharted territories. These are generic approaches to networking. In short, you can build relationship with your friends or your neighbors. You can build a relationship with somebody else which is far from you. You can build a relationship with unusual partners, those people who are completely different from you, or you may want to build a relationship with somebody whom you completely do not know. That's just like having friends with a complete stranger and having friends with your neighbor. It's just like that when you create a network also in companies. Okay, how do you manage innovation network? I guess most of these are very familiar to you. Nothing is really revolutionary here. When you want to build network, you want to coordinate. You want to have risk and benefit sharing. You want motivation, knowledge management, information processing, of course, conflict resolution. You want to have decision making and network boundary management, which is how the membership of the network is defined. How are you going to maintain that network? I guess all of this you've been discussing in the different courses that you have. No, I do not have to explain how to do coordination, how will you do the decision making. I guess they've been discussed for quite some time. Okay, let's take a look at this using the current context of Industry 4.0. When we are now on the Internet of Things, interconnectivity is very important. Now, what are some of the things that we need to take into consideration? You have technological innovation, you can possibly have social innovation. Technology, we've already defined. Social is how we relate with one another when you create a network. But in between this are three very important factors that come into play. And these are the environment we are in. We have been talking about context and environment. The social relationship that we create. And of course, basic to it will be economics. They have to come to play together to create a network. Whether you decide it to be a technological innovation or is it a social innovation. Okay? There. End of session 4. Actually, the sessions are simply applications of what we already know. The next topic is managing creativity. Okay. Why? Because later on I'll have an activity with you, and this is some sort also of a test to apply what you have learned in the sessions we have. Very simple activity. So, okay. Managing creativity. What is involved in creativity? Well, this covers motivation, innovation, imagination, the mind, the way you brainstorm ideas, visions, inspiration, and knowledge. Put them all together, that comes at the heart of it, creativity. By the way, yesterday we connected creativity with invention, with innovation. But we need to manage our creativity. So discuss different models in product development, concept generation, multifunction deployment, and how to manage risk in technology development. Okay. This is a stage gate approach in the implementation of an idea, and Cooper came up with something. Okay, he said that ideas generally in business comes from, of course, customer needs. Okay. So he said that there are always gates that you have to pass through. So first, this involves idea formulation. Then you open another gate to have concept formulation. You open another gate for product development and test marketing, and then international marketing. So from the ideas, before you come up with a main product, it goes through several stages. Okay? This is just one of the models. Another model, which I have shown you last night, is the funnel model. The development model using a funnel. So you have lots of ideas coming in from here, 3,000 or more. Then you have an outline of a concept of what you really want to do. Then you have a detailed design, you test the design, and you launch your product. So this becomes a funnel. Out of the many ideas, you will be lucky if you want one new product that is launched. Okay? I think we're just reviewing what we have just discussed. A simplified 4-stage model can be used. You can start with concept generation, identifying what are your opportunities for new products and services. You have your project assessment, then product or service development, and product or and then service commercialization. From the generation of the concept down to product commercialization, the length of time may depend. That will depend on how fast you're generating, you are assessing, and you are developing the product. Okay? So, concept generation. How do you generate a concept? Well, that depends. If the strategies you're using will simply be incremental approach or adaptation, or you are totally unaware of the customer needs and you need to have a technological push strategy, meaning you need to provide a solution. That will depend, okay? Now, so if that depends on something, what are the tools that will help me generate a concept? By the way, we're using the term concept. What is a concept? Idea. What else? What's the synonym? Design. What? What else?
Vision.
A vision.
Insight.
An insight is your mental picture of what is the reality in your mind, actually. Each of us, by the way, have different concepts of something based on the kind of knowledge, experience, and skills that we have. So, concept or the generation of ideas will also depend on your level of knowledge, your expertise, and the skills that goes with it. Now, will it be the same in a particular company? The answer is no. Okay? That depends. Like for example, if you compare the concept development of a child versus an adult, definitely you will say the adult has a better concept. Okay? For example, if I tell you, please get a piece of paper and write using this particular pen, I do not have to explain to you how you're going to do it. Reason, you know how to do it. Okay? You know what a paper is, you know what a pen is. But that may be different for a 2-year-old child. The same is true in companies. If your company has a better pool of human resources, concept generation becomes relatively easy. Okay? That means to say, you can generate more concept, the more creativity will come in. Okay? Just a very simple rule that you need to do. So, what are some of the tools that you would know? Whether you have a good pool of concept generators. Well, you can survey, no? Who are the people in your company and focus on them. You can also have latent need analysis. Take a look at all your lead users. When you say lead users, these are the people who normally will take leadership when you have anything that has to be done. Take a look at customer developers. And the competitive analysis can be very useful for you. You may want to hire consultants if you don't have one in the company. Okay. These are what we commonly call industry experts. You can extrapolate from the trends that are existing or a common strategy, building scenarios. Okay. And based on the scenarios you have built, you can find a possible solution on the problem. Okay. So there is a good link for you to be able to actually look into how market research marked a shift from a producer-led to a consumer-led approach to business. I will not ask you to do that now as we need to finish our session back. So how do we select a particular project? Which one will work best and which one will not? Well, take a look first of all, the cost of failing the best projects. So actual costs spent on poor projects or opportunity cost of marginal projects which may have succeeded with additional resources. Look at the level of filtering. The way you set your priorities, which ones are important, which ones are not. And then aggregate your product plan. Put them all together to make a coherent project design. And then that is the only time you develop specific project concepts. I guess all of this, you will be repeating the process again and again in the courses that you are actually taking. We're just simply reviewing all of the concepts. So in the product development, all the activities needed from the concept you have a while ago, you deliver a product or service that is possibly for commercialization. Now, what is the value of the media? Okay, why products fail? So there's a portal here that shows Joe T talking about some of the reasons for product failure. Yesterday, I asked you to identify possible reasons for product or failure to come up with an innovative project. Okay, and actually, Jyoti expounds it further as an expert in the field. So you can watch the icons on your own free time. Okay. Now, success factors in new product development. This one you're quite familiar with. Of course, you look at the product advantage in the first place. Differentiation, is it low cost, USP? Market knowledge, whether you know the competitive edge of your industry or company, you have analyzed it, what is the trend? Okay. Then, of course, clear product definition, so that you know the value of the product very clearly, which directions are you really into. And you have done risk assessment. I think risk assessment is really a separate exercise that you need to master if you're doing product development. And of course, the cross-functional teams that are involved. These are the people who are involved in the project organization. Sometimes the products never launch because the project team themselves are not organized. So this will entail a lot of delay in the process. Then that will depend, of course, on the resources that are available. One of these will be the funding, the resources, and many more. Okay? And the proficiency of execution, whether the quality of the technological activities are there, the test, marketing, and pre-commercialization, and of course, business analysis have been conducted. Then, of course, important, top management or executive support. Sometimes you want to do an innovation, I already pointed out, it is not supported by top management. And from that, usually, many of the brilliant ideas will never come into play. These are winning at new products, okay? So these are the factors that influence new product success. You have marketing activity, market synergy, pre-development process, technological synergy, early and sharp concept definition, and product superiority. Take note that if you have product superiority, you have a big advantage already. Who wants to buy a product that is inferior? Nobody, definitely, okay? That's a given. I don't even need to explain that, okay? And of course, very important, early and sharp concept definition. For what is the purpose of the product that you have there, okay? Then pre-development process and the rest comes as part of your winning formula. And these are the product development and influential factors. And again, these were discussed in yesterday's or last night's discussion. Leadership is very important, okay? Then you have the support of senior management. Very important, customer involvement. Whereas need assessment conducted or not. And then you have supplier involvement, process performance, product concept, the market that is available, and financial performance. All of this involve organization of development, from project planning down to external links. All of this, you are quite familiar. Overlapping stages, cross-functional teams, internal communication, moderate tenures, the presence of gatekeepers that will open doors of opportunities for us, and external links. Okay. These key factors would more likely influence the success of any new product that is developed. Now, all of the concepts that we have been discussing are just simply put together in one schema that you can see on the slide. Now, Coca-Cola. You may want to see the actual story. But let me tell you about this. One day, the top management of Coca-Cola was wondering what is eating up. Who are their competitors? Why are they not selling that fast? Okay. So they did a survey, the usual process of trying to analyze the market. And what did they find out? They found out that it is not other cola drink companies that are their main competitors. They found out that in the market now would be milk and milk-related products, or dairy and dairy-related products. Fruit juices, a lot of choices, orange, apple, grape, anything of the juice. So these are their competitors. And when you go to the grocery store, line up with Coca-Cola, would be Pepsi Cola and all the cola drinks, plus a wide array of other choices of drinks, supposedly much more healthier than Coca-Cola. Okay, so what did they do? Now they have a problem. So it's not just say wipe out the competition, because they are already there. So if you're thinking, if you are in the innovation team, what will you do? Think. What did Coca-Cola do, by the way? You cannot say, stop production of milk drinks, stop production of juices. They're already in the field, and they're competing with you. Okay, what do you think?
Launch the healthier version. Launch the healthier version of the drink.
The healthier version.
Zero sugar.
Okay. Those are issues about their sugar. Let's produce zero. Coke, zero. What else?
Make another flavor.
Make another
Flavor, like
Great.
fruit flavor.
Fruit flavor,
Soda with fruit
Coca-Cola.
flavor.
Well, that's probably the reason why you have Coke with lemon. But in that particular case that I'm referring to, you know what Coca-Cola did? Since we are competing with our different drinks in the supermarket, let's make Coca-Cola available in every corner, in every city or municipality. And they gave rise to the Coca-Cola vending machine in literally every corner, every building, or every major building that is found in a particular city, municipality in the United States. And of course, by doing so, they make Coca-Cola easily available to everybody. Okay, so that way they overrun Pepsi-Cola and the other Cola.
Pepsi.
Okay, and that's they say Pepsi was never able to recover from that competition because the team says, okay, we cannot compete with them in their own turf. Let's compete outside. You know? So they made available the Coca-Cola using vending machine. The vending machine was then there already in hospitals, airports, commercial centers, in any building where there are many people are there. When you go out of the building, there's a vending machine. Coca-Cola is available. Wow! Okay. So you kill the competition in the process. Okay. And then city. City is about, right? You can watch the stories and the progress of city. I will not discuss that anymore. Influence of technology and markets on commercialization. Again, let me summarize what we have already discussed. As I said, we're just reviewing. It can be technological, complex, differentiated, or architectural. So the newness of the market or the newness of the technology will come into play. And then the relationship between innovation and performance, there are two. It can be a process innovation or a product innovation. The way you do things, you may want to do it the low cost, better relative value, or you can do product innovation, higher quality of the product, improve image or brand reputation by getting Kobe Bryant, okay, now he's late, God bless his soul, or any of the celebrity endorsers, so that it looks like an improved brand, so that all of this will go into growth in your market share. Any of the company would know that. Any branded company will do that. Now, quality function deployment. What does it mean? This actually requires translating customer requirement into the development needs and encouraging communication between engineering, production, and marketing. So, the first thing you do is identify customer requirements, whether these are primary, secondary, or it's simply because your customer dislike your product. What is the reason why they do not like to buy your product? And then rank the requirements according to their priority or importance and translate the requirements into measurable characteristics. That way, you will be able to see what would be the weaknesses of the product that you are actually trying to market. Why? We have the same flavor. We have the same quality of the product, although the customer does not know that. But probably they do not like your packaging. Okay? So you need to identify all of this. So that is what we call quality function deployment. Okay? Identify customer requirements, rank what are these requirements, and translate these requirements into measurable characteristics. Remember, in the when you say change is good, how do you know? Measure. And then establish the relationship between customer requirements and the technical product characteristics and estimate the strength of the relationship. Then choose appropriate units of measurement to determine target values based on customer requirements and competitor benchmark. Remember, when your customer tells you what they need, they are also telling your Cumpleaños. Okay. So, in the quality function deployment matrix, QFD matrix, you do usually, and I guess for those who are earning their MBAs, you have to do your financial assessment, technical assessment. You have the matrix of the relationship between customer requirements and design options. Never forget you have also customer requirements in the order of preferences and based on their customer perceptions. And then of course the design options before you have a correlation of the matrix of options that you can possibly follow. Okay. And I guess the skill of doing this can be applied when you do case analysis. And then consumer versus the business market. When you talk about consumer, you have to remember the behavior of the consumer. You can use behavior approach and you can use segmented approach. When you say segmented, you want to separate the socioeconomic groups, the life cycle, and the grouping, it's the lifestyle, psychographic, whether they're yappy, dinky, yappy, sitcom. Okay. And when you say sitcom, these are the people who tend to, be less active, and the yappy are the young professionals. I'm not so familiar about the dinky and the yappy. What do they mean? When you say psychographic, usually these are people who have very specific needs. Like for example, as I pointed out to you last night, there's specific people who cannot tolerate sugar. Okay? High amount of sugar. Low salt. Low fat. What else? Organic. No? A very specific requirement. So are you able to give this to them? So these are segmented requirements. In business markets, you want to look into whether it is reproduced and you are simply reselling it and you are looking at only the end users. Then you may want to look into buying factors in purchasing process, the actual customer buyer, the ultimate user, who are the gatekeepers and the influencers. For example, if you're coming up with a product, you usually not only look at the approach based on the customer you have, but also in the general market. For example, in a rural area, while you want to sell your iPhone, for example, it may not be that popular. What would they need? A much simpler mobile phone that they can use for texting or calling. Okay, what we call that messaging and calling. They really do not need these sophisticated mobile phones because for one, they cannot afford to buy. So you need to take a look at this. Okay? Just to give you an example why you have to consider all of this. So in managing risk in technology development, you're quite familiar with appraising, identify the technology and evaluate, select from the basis of the data, you appraise the best technology, then you develop based on your R&D, then field trial before you commercialize the technology and implement it. The model is like also the model that was presented to you last night, funnel, the different types of modeling that was produced. Now, what is the difference between products and service? Okay. When we say product, what is it? It is tangible. So, you buy a spaghetti. Okay. Well, this is a product that I am trying to sell to. Okay. What about service? Something that is intangible, like what? Like Noemi, can you give me an example of service? Do we sell service? Yes. Actually, education is a service industry.
Yes.
So what is it? What do we sell? Huh? Okay, very easy to imagine a product. Of course, you can see it. As I said, this is a spaghetti. I'm selling this to you. This is my product. When it's a service, you still buy it. That's why you're paying a large amount of money to get a degree at UMN. But what is it? What are you buying?
Customer satisfactory.
Huh?
Customer satisfactory.
Customer service, satisfaction. What else are you buying? Bambang? Okay, what is it? What are you actually buying if you're talking about service? Yes, it is intangible. But why are you willing to pay for it? Huh? Why?
Semuanya hiburan.
Okay, let's start with the first question. What is considered as a service in our business industry? If you sell a service, can you give me an example? I already gave you an example. Educational institution is a service industry. Huh? Of all services, you want hospitality service? What do you serve?
Massage.
Massage.
Oh, massage.
Ya, bikin massage. Massage.
Massage. So you have a backache,
Di spaghetti aja mau
and
dimassage.
offer you massage service.
Yes.
Yes. What else? So you notice when you want to look beautiful, okay, you go to the beauty parlor or a beauty salon, okay. You want to feel happy and relaxed, you go to a spa. Okay. You want security in your house. You what?
What's the movie at the theater?
Yes, you can watch a movie at the theater. You can actually hire a security service if you want to feel secure. You cannot clean your house. You can cleaning and maintenance.
Alexis.
Dragonfly. Dragonfly.
He's a member there.
What is Alexis?
Alexis is Alexa. Digital assistant for us. Keep us. Yes, keep us. Strength and digital assistant.
Oh, very good.
One of the last constitutional.
Why are you fan of these services? Services.
Full service.
one-stop services. In and out.
Why? Have you not noticed that even the field of not only product, we're always, you know, the problem with us oftentimes is that in business we always think about the product.
Yes.
But you know, you can innovate even the services that you offer. Okay? Because while it is true that it is intangible, but there are many services now that it is completely unthinkable. Even 10 years from ago, okay, 10 years ago, it's completely unthinkable that you can offer all these services. But now they are right there, right next to your doorstep. Even the beauty salon, just to give you an example, a beauty salon can offer you a wide range of service. Before, when my mother goes to a salon, she can only do 3 things. She can have her hair cut, the manicure, and the pedicure, and that's it. You go to a beauty salon now, you can have your eyebrows trimmed.
Wax.
You can have wax and every part of your body. You can have extension of your hair, whatever. So that when you get out of the salon, you're no longer you. Because you can hardly recognize yourself. Okay. So I guess we're all familiar with all of this. And in fact, you're quite knowledgeable about all of this. What are the characteristics of service innovators? Now, let's focus on service innovators. Well, they can look into innovation outcomes, customer base, which is common to many innovators, and of course, value chain and innovation outcomes. Normally, the difference between high innovator versus low innovators are quite clear here. Okay? When you are customer base, if you're a low innovator, more likely you'll get an average rating compared for those high. I showed you a similar comparison last night, actually. No? This table was simply repeated in the table that I presented to you last night. Okay, the innovation context, the competition, the quality of the offer, and normally the output. Okay, it's just an extension, as I've said. In fact, the author is Clayton, still Clayton, but the one that I showed you last night is more recent than this, because this is, I think, an earlier version, 2003, and the one I showed you was more or less 2015. Success factors, you don't need to read all of that. Okay, success factors in service innovation using the SPATS model, which usually is a framework on how you develop and assess a new service. Okay. So this is a long process. I will not discuss all of them, but they are familiar to you. Okay. For example, just to mention one, customer focus is number one. Well, actually, this is like a rating scale. No? Which one is given more importance? Customer focus, strategy formulation, plan opportunism, okay, and down the rest. Okay. So this is how they rate it from 0 to a scale of 5. And this is a rating scale, and the way they rate it, they see which one are important influencers in terms of service innovation. You can read that on your laptops later on. Okay, end of session 5. Okay, we're almost done. Yes. And it's 12 o'clock. Wait. The reason why is because the last session here, will simply look into, this is just a few slides actually. Let me finish this. Actually, it says economic returns of innovation. In reality, research would show that innovation does not necessarily equate only to economics. Okay? So, these are the outline that I'd like to present to you very, very quickly. The entrepreneurship and the firm, some basic question. Commonly, when you talk about economic returns or anything, so what will I get out of the innovation? Well, the question is, for inventors, for example, what do they do? For entrepreneurs, what will be the role that they are playing when we produce a product or a service? Society's capacity to be entrepreneurial, does it differ across time and place? Larger firms, are they also at the same time entrepreneurial? And two routes to innovation, whether it's going to be individual versus team-based organized R&D. Okay, we already have talked about reasons why we need to innovate. I guess I will no longer go through all of them, because we have belabored them last night. Okay? Now, markets and innovation. Again, based on Schumpeter's term, the creative destruction, usually innovation creates profits for owners, but at the same time, they destroy the other competitors from the profits that they should be earning. And then you can have dynamic competition, characteristics of innovative markets, and the entry of new products and firms usually will also result to the exit of other firms that are quite unsuccessful. And then distortions is possible if there are too few entrepreneurs, too many firms would fail, and the barriers to entry that would possibly exist. I give you a very simple example. In the Philippines, you know the pandesal? It's a bread, no? Bread of salt. In the morning, it's a popular bread for breakfast. Then suddenly, somebody innovated and they created what they call hot pandesal. Okay? Hot pandesal. Because you have to make it fresh from the oven, very nice, or with coffee or tea. And the hot pandesal, on the other hand, can be available all throughout the day. So, there is an oven that rotates. It does not burn the pandesal, but keeps it hot. So you can have an all-day available pandesal. It's not only in the morning. Innovative, right? And then it became so popular. So we fall in line to buy the hot pandesal at 10 o'clock in the morning, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because it became very popular. Okay? Suddenly, they can actually buy a small oven. It is actually fabricated. So in every corner, you now have hot pandesal. So you actually put the business very common, and you have too many hot pandesal, and every household have one who will buy the pandesal. Okay? So that's a classic case, actually, I'm referring to. So dynamic competition, new firms may be unable to gain access to finance, skilled labor, and technology information. Usually, this leads to high failure rate, and incumbent firms may attempt to prevent new firms from entering using large-scale R&D, like big companies gobbling up smaller companies. And incumbent firms may innovate infrequently due to lack of profitability from their innovation. So, does competition generate optimal number of production or products? Business stealing effect would usually happen. New firms ignore loss of profits by incumbents, result too many products. The one that I told you, too many hot pandesal. Appropriability effect. Firms cannot appropriate all consumer surplus, meaning the result, too few products. Example of too few products now? What? It's in the news. Face mask. Face mask. Okay. You have high demand because of the novel coronavirus, and many people demand to buy face masks, and the companies cannot provide all of them. Then spillover effect. New products demonstrate knowledge to other firms, result also, of course, too few products that are formed. Okay. Based on this, large market share gives more certainty about recouping returns to R&D once innovation occurs. Meaning, when you spend money on R&D, the more advantageous it is for larger companies. Of course, no? They have more resources. It also implies more current profits to finance the expenditures on R&D. And this hypothesis has led to substantial theoretical and empirical work on the relationship between market structure, competition, and innovation. So possible that there is an inverted U-shaped relationship, but economists cannot yet identify what is the optimal degree of competition that is healthy. Beyond this becomes counterproductive. They say, well, this is a kind of a theoretical basis. As you increase the amount in innovation, the intensity may also increase in terms of competition. Okay? So, what is optimal here is that you continue to innovate without necessarily killing all the competitions. Okay? So, you reach a point here in terms of your innovation that you still are able to be competitive and take this innovation to greater heights, because beyond this, competitive intensity actually increases. And then, of course, you start killing each other. Okay? But unfortunately, at this point in time, they're not able to determine which is this optimal thing here. Okay? Now, the importance of absolute size. Computer's second hypothesis was that larger firms have the responsibility for innovating more. So large size implies greater diversification of R&D risk and ability to finance. The empirical evidence on the second hypothesis is mixed. However, large firms are more likely to do R&D or be more IP active, meaning their tendency to search for what? Those that are already patented with intellectual property, they put them together. What else can be done that they are not doing now? And they start their R&D from there. But smaller firms that are R&D or IP active have higher intensities of such activity because of their limited resources. They need to be more active, or else they will be left behind. Okay? Now, evidence of private rates of return to R&D. How much is it? Will I develop a new drug and spend $350 million? Will I get back my investment? Of course, in terms also of profitability. Now, of course, you have to investigate using either market value or productivity approaches. Both approaches suggest private rates of return to R&D are higher than for standard tangible investment projects. Excess returns may be reward for higher risk. Of course, if you want to be more profitable, you expect that you have to, go for higher risk type of investment. Higher rates of return also suggest that there is no free entry into R&D. And that could be due to barriers, example, raising finance, lack of skilled laborers, or intellectual property rights. They also are possible that R&D requires complementary assets. That means to say, tacit knowledge and skilled labor are required in your R&D. Okay. So, here comes the social returns. It's very difficult. Research would show it's really difficult to put a figure. If I do innovation, spend money on R&D, can I translate it into money right away? Or economics? Well, you can, because you have feasibility studies. But you have to remember, you may be doing something that may not necessarily actualize into money right away. But it can have social returns, which refers to the productivity approach that can be an estimate of the social returns of R&D. So does this either by investigating that their interaction between firms or by using industry data to observe aggregate return of R&D. So many of the studies would usually suggest social returns that are usually higher than private returns. When you say social returns, benefit that is gained by the community, by your clients or customers, rather than necessarily the money that you earn from it. For example, you actually produce a possible cure for a disease. You cannot immediately say that the money you have spent for R&D in terms of dollars, for example, actually can be actuated within the next 5 years. But the fact that your R&D developed a cure for a disease, can you imagine the social impact of it to society? Okay, so many lives will be actually saved. So that's what we're trying to refer to. Evidence on interaction between competition and innovation. Absolute firm size is not necessarily beneficial to innovation. Okay? So larger market share has been found to increase the returns to R&D. The more you market it, the more you will be able to get your return on your research and development. But those with very high degree of market dominance may become easily complacent, and eventually they will be overtaken by other competitors. So, recent evidence relating to rates of patenting to degree of product market competition supports the inverted U shape. You reach a point of your innovation that you actually are competitive. Beyond this, as I've said, you go down in terms of the competition. Now, here are some questions that we may want to discuss further, but unfortunately, we do not have the time to discuss them in class, okay? So, I'll forego that. These are thoughts that you may need to ponder during your free time. Should policymakers attempt to encourage entrepreneurship? Are entrepreneurship and innovation different? Why do firms innovate in the first place? What costs and benefit accrue to firms from innovation? What are Schumpeter's two main hypotheses concerning innovation, and how would you test them? What have we learned from empirical studies about returns to R&D, which is related to innovation? What sectors of the economy are omitted in these studies and why? How does competition affect innovation in theory and in practice? Just to mention it. Okay? Now, that ends the session. Hallelujah! But I have a last activity for you which should assess how you are going to apply what you have learned. But instead of writing it, you're going to do it. Okay, question.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay.
Would you mind, I've never been to Philippines, so would you mind sharing a little bit about the innovative companies there, or maybe startups nowadays? Because we have about the picture about in the Philippines one.
Okay. Now, that's a very good idea that you're, because actually it's like this. I'm supposed to be sending you a list of readings, but I'm just, instead of sending you just the URL or the links for which you can read them, I am trying to annotate first so that you would say, this one I'd like to read, and this one I do not want to read. Okay. I do not expect all of you to be able to read that, but that's a good point that you're raising. You may want to read something about Philippine companies. That you remember the one that I shared with you, SM Holdings, that started as a show mart, and of course the story about Jollibee. Okay. Dr. Sari, when you ask her, where would you like to go? I want to go to Jollibee. Okay. Actually, Jollibee is just like McDonald's, but caters primarily on the taste of the Filipino. So it's a burger chain, but burger chain. Yes, that's the Jollibee thing there. And it's one of the biggest growing company also in the Philippines. And very, very Filipino in terms of taste. So it has a chain in other countries where you find a lot of Filipinos. And there are others like many actually that are growing in the Philippines are more of the service industry rather than the product. Because the product industry is primarily run by multinationals. For example, in the place where I came from, we have Dole, Philippines, the largest pineapple plantation and pineapple-related product is found in South Cotabato. So when you go to South Cotabato, I'm inviting you to visit us. You can pass by pineapple plantation as far as your eyes can see. Okay. Up to the foot of Mount Matuto. And they're producing pineapple products that are sold worldwide. So what I will try to do is actually look into some of the stories about Philippine companies and send that as an additional reading so that you will have enough, how do you call this, background about Philippine companies. Actually, before I came, I had to read more about Indonesian companies so that I'd be able to have a better understanding about the companies that are here. For example, I understand that the UMN is part of a large conglomerate, which is the Compass. Okay. And you go into hotels, real estate, not only to mention the educational institution. Okay, so thank you for that. I'd like to give you, but I send you the links for you to be able to read related companies that are working in the Philippines and their success stories or their failing stories as well. Actually, I have a book about entrepreneurs in the Philippines and how they rose from rags to riches. Like for example, Cebu Pacific, no? Is a Gokongwe corporation. I just mentioned, Gokongwe used to sell anything. No? As a little boy, he became, he lost his father, and he had to help his mother support the other siblings. Okay, so he had literally to sell a lot of many things. After school, he went to vending and everything else in order to help raise the family. And then eventually he worked into the business, like supermarkets, and then like a small store first, then to a supermarket chain, and then now you have airline industry. Robinsons is their company. And if you go to Manila, Robinson's Realty Development is owned by the Gokongwe. And of course, Luciatan is actually is listed in Forbes magazine as one among the richest Asians. He is actually the CEO, the chairman of the board of Philippine Airlines, and he owns a multi-conglomerate also in the Philippines, from food, beverages. Of course, you're quite familiar with Asia Brewery. He owns that. Tobacco corporations. And actually, he is into food also. We had a lot of piggeries and other farms that produces food products, not only for the Philippines, but also abroad. Okay. And of course, Luciatan is a classic example of a person who started also literally from scratch, like a janitor. No? He sells literally anything under the heat of the sun, and until he actually had built his own empire through hard work. Many of the stories in the Philippines came from rags literally to riches. Very few stories can be said about people coming from very rich background, except of course the Ayalas. The Ayalas are already landed before they came up with so many of the developments. Ayala actually is the developer for Makati, the commercial center of the Philippines. Many major businesses are there. But why is it like that? Because the Ayalas have Spanish lineage. And you have to understand that in the Philippines, we were colonized for more than 300 years by the Spaniards. Indonesia by the Dutch. Okay? And the Dutch East Indies, by the way, did do trading, although it is here based, did a lot of trading in the Philippines in the 16 to 1700. Before it went bankrupt. They went into spice, textile, and other trade, some of them more of barter trade in the Philippines. How do we know? It's also found in our history books, just like more likely you find that information in your history and your museum, which I visited happily. Say, oh, do you know about Dutch East India? That's part of our history. Okay. So I hope I was able to give you a little, if not more. And it was a great learning experience for me. Now you have to do your share. What are you supposed to do? The instruction is very simple. Here's the spaghetti. Spaghetti. And here's the thing. You may want to use the scissor, you may not want to use the scissor. Fine with me. I understand this is one group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, what is the instruction? Very simple. Out of this spaghetti, you build the highest structure that you can make. Two materials. This and this. How to do this? I do not know. Okay? So, you have to, well, I'm not telling you what to do. Just simply, the instruction very simple. Build the highest structure that you can based on the two materials, spaghetti and the tape. Okay? So, one for you. One for you. You have only 10 minutes to build this. Wait a minute. I think this is everyone.
Hati-hati bro. Nih,
Kasih kembali dulu
masih ada. Oh iya. Jangan ini justru biar nggak bengkok. Ini bawahnya bawain fondasinya.
Salah konstruksi.
Terus tambahin lagi ya nanti ya?
What would be great? I'll take your photo.
Dari tadi dulu.
Biasanya di selapin semua dia.
Nanti malah keberatan ya?
No, sir.
Paling itu sendiri.
Okay, class. Please stay away from your structure to make sure that they will stand up without you holding. Okay.
Nggak bisa berdiri, Mbak Fitri nggak bisa berdiri.
Okay. Look at the structure and so the rule kurang selektif. But it has to stand.
Kayaknya ada dua nih spaghetti. Udah mau bazir.
Okay, I'm not going to judge. Stop holding your.
Thank you.
Actually, jalur kuning.
Just to see the okay. Based on the criteria, the tallest, I'm just using the materials spaghetti and tapes. Actually, I asked her whether the minimum material will be the winner. No, it is. And then, the strongest. Actually, the nominee are that one and that one. The nominee.
Mas Widi.
Yeah.
Mas Widi.
Has the same, yeah, similar head. Yeah, but then
The design is much better.
Okay, that's true that the design is better because the structure is regular. The other one, the structure is irregular. It seems that they put everything just to make it standing. So the winner is.
Ini dibuat sengaja buat ini. Boleh, kalau itu di sini juga bikin.
Dikasih waktu sekarang kan karena kita sudah lewat ya, Bapak Ibu pasti sudah lapar kan. Kalau kita terlalu sibuk ya begini jadi nggak lapar. Jadi maybe we can come back at 2 ya. After you finish your lunch.
Then we start with group 3 and the grouping. And for those who want to go ahead, then we're going to go ahead, okay? and then we listen to the presentations.
Yeah,
Okay. Or for those who want to come in earlier, it's okay.
Jadi nanti kembali sekitar jam 2 akan memulai dengan presentation ya. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu sudah siapkan presentationnya, lebih baik disiapkan ya. Jadi
please do not destroy your meeting.
Oke, silakan Bapak Ibu, makanannya sudah tersedia.
Oh, gitu.
Enggak lah, itu kan senang giginya aja. Harusnya dia cuma
Ya udah, ayo fotoin. Sini.
ya kan, kalau misalnya semangat tinggi ini sama nih kayak
That's
gitu.
the all-in-one applications for transactions. And the last one is these applications or this solution has to be applied for all of the services that Gojek have. According to Mastercard data, in 2014, almost 60% of the transactions is using cash. So, as a big company, Gojek want to solve this problem. Gojek has their research and development to reduce the using of cash. So Gojek introduced GoPay as their solutions for every needs in transactions. Maybe we can watch this video about what is GoPay exactly. Okay. GoPay is used by the driver and the customer. So the customer maybe can give a tip for the driver, or maybe can make a transactions between driver and the customer. And GoPay also, the users of GoPay also can send the money between them, like the Rio sends the money to his driver maybe, and the users can pay the food or maybe the other things. Yeah, that's okay. Actually, GoPay is not from the beginning. The name is not from the beginning of Gojek's applications. The first one is the Gojek Credit, and in 2016, Gojek changed the name into GoPay. Maybe, Miss Ringa.
Okay. GoPay is actually. Let's move back a little bit. GoPay is actually being established, being launched at 2016. Next. And in 2017, they already given, it has been named as the most proactive financial technology company in supporting the non-cash national movement in 2017 by the Bank of Indonesia. Only 1 year. Next week. Let's hear what CEO Nadiem Makarim said.
What are the plans for 2018, especially given the fact that this is becoming a very crowded and competitive market as well, and you're trying to launch some trends? Your rhythm group as well as spend money really diving into this right now.
Just to address that point, we're actually the only live tech player in Indonesia that has a UMN license, right? That has scale as a pure tech player. So one of the, and so the rest of our large players in Indonesia don't yet have an UMN license. So that's a good advantage in terms of having some lead time to put their plan. So we're ahead of the curve a lot. Obviously, competition will come in and we're fully expecting it, and we're embracing competition to continue that to make our product great. So I think that 2018 will be a year of GoPay for Gojek. And that is when GoPay acceptance
tinggal tungguan.
Alright, so partnership. Nadiem said there are a huge line of partners that will join the GoPay. And he said with confidence, 2018 will be the year of GoPay for Gojek. Is that of love? Next. This is the fact. In 2018, GoPay has become the most used electronic payment gateway server-based. And for the innovations of using QR code features is increasing GoPay transactions by 400%. On average, the number of GoPay transactions grows by 25% per month, and the total number of GoPay users has grown 3 times larger compared to last year. So, why? How come? It seems like Nadiem and Gojek is already seeing all of this plan. They planned this. So, I will ask my colleague Mimi, what is actually GoPay do to benefit the partner and the customer?
So I believe all of you is already have your own experience with Gojek and GoPay. But first of all, let me ask you something. Can you share a little bit with us what your experience with GoPay or what benefit that you have felt with this e-wallet payments? Is any of you can cashback? Okay, cashback. Promotion, okay. Anyone?
Discount.
Okay, I will continue. This is the advantages for GoPay user. First, it's more convenient and easier to use because we already well known about Gojek and GoPay. The second one, they will give us a cheaper price if we do our payment with GoPay than with cash. The third, it can be used for e-wallet payment outside Gojek service, such for payment in food merchant or for paying GoMart, GoShop. And then it's easy to top up. We can top up our GoPay balance just by top up it with our mobile banking. And the last, it gives us a promo discount for much foods and beverage merchant. And these are the advantages for micro, small, medium business. First, as a financial recording platform for Gojek partners, which can be used for income analysis media and can also be used for transaction history for applying micro business loan. The second one, media exposure for Gojek partners. especially food vendors, because customer can easily see the nearest food or beverage merchant, even though they don't know the current location of the merchant. Fourth, avoiding fraud in operational budgets. For example, a company can control their operational costs for their employees by using GoPay, because all transactions that they do on GoPay are all recorded. The last, to prevent small traders from fake money transaction.
Okay, here we come to the summary of this session. The first is GoPay is an innovation icon evolved in Indonesia, launched in 2016, and GoPay succeeds in entering 50 companies, including 3 countries, such as Vietnam, Thailand, and Singapore in 2017. And then the second is the benefit of GoPay is not only experienced by the customer, but also the merchant or the driver. And then last, in 2017, GoPay contribute 30% of overall e-wallet transaction in Indonesia. It gives a big impact of the Indonesian economic sense. Micro, small, and medium business. Overall, business in Indonesia, I think, is get the benefit. And then, why we are choosing this? I believe that Nani Makarim said that anyone can steal your idea, but no one can steal your execution. That's what makes us believe that GoPay and Gojek is an innovation icon in Indonesia. I think it's enough. Thank you.
Would there be question from the audience? You want to ask for clarification? Facilitate asking the question.
Okay, thank you in advance. I'm from group, and I would like to ask about the, at Shopee and also Tokopedia, there are some voucher which give a cashback for the customers. So, is it categorized as a fraud, right? Or not? Yeah, that's
What exactly the point why you think that it's a fraud?
because there is no what is it? Maybe it's not official. I don't know, from Gojek. It's from its application itself. So I think it is fraud, but I don't know whether it is fraud or not.
Mereka nanya apakah itu fraud?
E-commerce and the e-commerce and the applications right now overall give cashback or probably not discount. Most of them are giving cashback. Some of them actually getting their profit from the transactions. So actually, they're not try to con you, try to fool you that actually I'm giving you this money so you can spend it. But actually, they have profits from that. This is GoPay is actually one proof of that. When they gave you cashback or they gave you discount for a ride, it's actually they're cutting their shares for the rides or the partners, and then from there, Gojek is actually getting transactions history and trend, the big data. That is actually what is really expensive nowadays. When they can send you, they can sell you. They can sell you what is actually will sell for the group of person in what year of 18 to 30. nowadays what is the number one, what is the number two. They can give you that, and they will ask you for payment. So they get the profit from that. So probably you're some kind of confused where they get this money, and so they can give us a cashback or discount. But actually, they get the data and they sell it. And data is their powers right now. That is why they know what they will give it to you. What is the other features that actually they will launch for next year. It's because they get the data. From there, they will get much more profit from what they give you, like 5,000, 10,000. They get 5 billions for that money.
I have a question. As we know that Gojek is not the only one player for this competition, right? There's another one that one is the biggest also, like the Grab. That was the strategy for the Gojek to have auto still as a leading in this area.
We're talking about the GoPay or the Gojek.
I think all the Gojek company, because the competitor also similar, right? Like the Grab also complete services on that. I think similar, quite similar company here.
Okay, actually there's a difference between the Grab and Gojek. Gojek having GoPay only for him, not Grab. Grab have another platform called OVO, and OVO has his own platform. GoPay and Gojek is, it's a feature. So if you, the customer of GoPay, you also the customer of Gojek. So Gojek have much more user account and the database. The trend that they get, all of the data that they will have from your transactions. Gojek have it for all of your data that they can get. And the difference is from the start of the GoPay in 2016. Actually, Nadim already said that they are the first company that have the license for e-money. Nobody does. So they actually the first at this ocean. He doesn't have another competitors at that time. So they have this amount of time to improving their features, their apps, before the competitor is the competitors comes up. When OVO comes up, GoPay is already evolved. They already have the data what to do next, but OVO didn't. That is why it's leading.
The Gojek right now doesn't have the competitor that is similar big as the Gojek, right?
No, right now they have the competitors. Grab, even GoPay have a lot of competitors with in outside of the hailing ride applications like Dana. So actually they have the competitors, but the data that they have, they get a lot more data than all of the competitors. So they already knew the trends, the favorites, and all of the data that we use for that applications. Right, because they have been there first, and because of they appearing first, we have the image of this brand as an icon. For example, like my mom, he doesn't understand about Grab or Gojek, But every time I order a car or a bike, she thought that it's a Gojek. It's a go-kart. Even if my friends just get me to my house, he thought it's a Gojek. That is why he's become the icon of the innovations.
Anyone else?
Awas ulang dekat sih. Oh, kita ya?
Ini yang kita pergi.
Wah, udah saya ambil mas.
Iya, jadi diteruskan.
Boleh bubar loh.
Iya, sama-sama di event.
Mau kemana? Diusir loh.
Oh, pakai ini aja, pakai isinya. Oh, justru ini buat saya.
Tidur. Ya, itu lebih penting.
Bisa. Ada oke. Oke, selesai.
Padahal mau ngomong ulang-ulang doang.
Gestur. Saya udah jadi duit.
From second group, I'm Noemi.
I'm Alja.
I'm Desi.
I'm Mariam.
We will present about groupies. Does anyone in here know about groupies? No? No one? Me too.
Okay, finish.
Groupies is one of people from Gojek. And before we talk about groupies, we will talk about background. Okay, first, Gojek living by being a link between partners, starting with transportation services. Gojek is now developing its platform to be a solution to everyday challenges. More than 20 services can be accessed in one application. This is what makes it one of the largest technology platform that serve millions of users in Southeast Asia. This is Gojek with 3 super apps. The application is utilized by 3 parties at the same time. First, for consumer or user. Second, for driver, and for merchant. These 3 parts are the ones who support the Gojek ecosystem and direction of the platform development. So these three parts must be kept and maintained in order to maintain productivity. The challenge for Gojek is to increase partner productivity because the higher the productivity will be higher the rotation of data transaction in the Gojek apps. Before we talk about GoBiz, next we will talk about Gojek ecosystem.
There is three-party Gojek ecosystem. In the beginning, Gojek was created to connect motorbike owner with people who do not use private vehicles for activities. Motorcycle owner who want to sell their delivery service will use the Gojek application to connect to user who need their delivery service. First is driver partner. The motorcycle owner who sell their service to the Gojek application are referred to as Gojek driver partner and become the first party in the Gojek ecosystem. User of delivery service to the Gojek application are referred to as user who are also second parties in the Gojek ecosystem. The first is driver partner and second is user. As innovation develop, third party Gojek merchant partner delivery service by the first party no longer only take people, but also can order food to be delivered to user. In the GoFood feature in the Gojek application, the place used to order food is finally covered by Gojek as a Gojek merchant partner. The challenge of living Gojek by connecting between parties is to ensure that the parties remain productive so that the food chain in the Gojek ecosystem will continue to run. Gojek makes a bond with its user by providing promos, easy of payment through the GoPay feature or the Pay Later feature, etc. The goal is keep user using Gojek to meet their daily needs. The second challenge rises to increase the productivity of Gojek driver partners. How do you keep your driver partner productive? Driver partner running the distribution function are the first and foremost key of this application. Many things that have been done by Gojek, one of which is a bonus scheme for partner driver who can reach the specific target. They are also trying to survive to stay alive. Responding to this come the innovation Gojek, namely GoBiz.
Okay, this is the 3 Gojek pillars. The first is speed. What is the meaning of speed? Because the Gojek has a given service. Because service is fast and continually learn and grow from the experience. I believe all these class using these apps. So they give us to service selections from transportations, food delivery, e-money, and the other service. And the second is innovation. innovation is the key of the entrepreneurship, right? Because the Gojek work to continuously improve their service, so they provide more ease for user. And the three is social impact. Gojek work to create much positive social impact as possible for Gojek users. Among others, for the delivery economy in Indonesia, and then help the members, especially for the drivers partner. And then for the merchant is Gojek ecosystem support for the growth micro, small, and medium enterprise in Indonesia, and they have more than 600 service providers. So our group will be discussed about the innovations of the Gojek in this month. Okay. So the innovation that Gojek made, Gobis, is actually a form of mutualism symbiotic, because the app, the Gobis app, it provides more ease for the merchant, for the merchant of Gojek partner, and at the same time, the Gobis can increase the traffic for Gojek, like the data transaction or money transaction. About the Gobis, so Gobis is basically an application that will help the merchant to manage their business. It can update their menu stock, update their status, setting the menu details, update transaction history, and it also gives the daily report. Like every day, the Gobis will update their income. Their income, and it's also offer promo program like discount, voucher, and else. This is the interface of the Gobis. The merchant can set the menu stock, and then they can receive the report, the daily report of their income. And we have a video of a merchant story that ever experienced the Gobis app. Okay, so basically the video tells about the experience of the merchant, how they use Gobis, and they get the easiness of using Gobis for their business.
The last one is propose additional solution. Provide online business training for merchant is financial literacy. Because as we know, all the merchant, not very big merchant like Sungguh, like McD, they don't have like daily transactional report. So it will be good for the merchant if they have financial literacy, which is online learning, so they can understand and understood why it's important about they have like daily transaction report, stock in, stock out, SPSR, and etc. This is our proposed additional solution for the Gojek merchant. Thank you, and maybe if there's any question from any of you. Gak apa-apa tanya kan, because this is a new thing ya. The Gobis is launched only just last year. Okay.
Because this
is new app.
Gobis is new app and it's so interesting. Is there any information about the share between Gojek and the merchant?
Yes. Last time we already talked about it, yeah. Okay, usually this kind of merchant, yeah, they use payment gateway. But until now we don't know the business model. We know business model between the Gojek merchant and the Gobis, user. About the business model, whether they give the profit sharing, because in every payment gateway, every transaction is down, yeah. That's what you mean, right? Yeah. But if we will give fact sheet if we have the fact sheet, yeah, because it's a little bit confidential about revenue sharing. Actually, it's a little bit, you know, about money and everything else. They don't want to share. But usually they have the revenue from the payment gateway. This kind of transaction, every transaction they use, they have from the business. Anyone else? Okay,
This case, I just want to this question because Gojek is one of great brand and also technology that we use. We are so familiar with this, but I want to maybe ask your opinion. Is there any innovation that can overcome Gojek or any aspect or factor that need to be improved from Gojek or Gojek in your opinion? Or another innovation that can challenge Gojek?
Yes, because you know, the total version of the GoFood itself, it's very large, large scope lah, in every city. That's the challenge actually, not every merchant know what they do with the Gobis. What is the use, the advantage of the Gobis? That's why for the Gobis, it's better they have like online tutorial, online learning, so they know what is the advantage of the Gobis, and maybe if there is profit sharing between the merchants, symbiosis mutualism and everything else, they will interested, they will willing to use the Gobis apps.
Beside the
Beside
material that you
beside
presented, maybe let's imagine what kind of product that can be adopted by Gojek or Gobis. Maybe that can make them more advanced rather than their competitor. Or maybe we will imagine that we try to defeat Gojek by the new product. Or we imagine.
I try to imagine that they see can answer.
Actually, if you want
It's okay. It's okay if you doesn't have
Oh, enggak.
yet.
No, no, actually, if this is a good question, yeah. Is there any chance, yeah, for others, yeah, kan, to have a good ini? But actually, until now, yeah, the version used for this is only for Gojek, right? If there is another competitor using it, then we can do the competitor analysis. That's what I mean. So I can answer your question right now. But after the link aja, OVO and everything else, they give the similar apps, maybe we can answer that. We can analyze. Oh, you agree with this? Like that. Apa? Anything else? Anyone else?
I have you're talking about businesses that are highly based on technology. Okay. I just wonder, we look into the other client. How do they appeal, for example? For you, it's not a problem. But how do they appeal? I am sure you have the same population in Indonesia that are still, which is still large, by the way, significant, because I'm still alive. Okay. How about those that cannot cope up and are not using actually technology? I am sure they have some kind of strategy on how they can reach out to this population, because most, for example, of our parents, uncles, aunties would have difficulty using technology. There's a gap between,
Yes.
And while it is there on a menu, very easy for us to, for text saving people, no problem. But what about parents, grandparents? Are they the one that is being marginalized? They don't have the access to this. How do you do that?
What is your suggestion for the technology gap?
I think if you understand next message.
What do you mean? This means
Actually, Gojek have did it from like they reach the small merchant like
warung-warung kaki lima. What is warung kaki lima? Warung ini.
Street food.
Yes. Actually, Gojek has so I think it's a good start to reach that kind of population. So Gojek did it first actually.
Gojek market memang
Millennial. Yes, but the segment itself, Gojek, is the millennial and like Gen X, Gen Y, and millennial. That's the segment that Gojek want to hit from the first time, Professor.
So that means to say there is how do you call this? Your segmented customers. Okay. There is a segment in your client that cannot be reached. While technology may be accessible to a large number of the millennials, the X, Y, and Y, Z generation, there seems to be a gap, as you can see, particularly for those that are in the ages of 60 up.
Yes.
And it's quite interesting to note that even in the world population, that there is a growing number of these people.
Yes, sir.
And eventually, there has to be something to be done in terms of how can we reach out to this segment who happen to have money but does not know how to use technology. Okay. Something to put in your mind. And maybe.
Kok nggak kayaknya nggak mau turun ya? Oh, sure. Is there any question from Kevin maybe? Kevin, you look at me. Yang potong nggak ada? In the corner? No? Enggak? Oke, sip. Mas Viji, gimana sih lo? Mana tadi itu? Wah, dicajarin dari jas pagi.
Ayo Mas, diomelin.
Pas lolos aja.
Saran aja Mbak, saran.
Aku rapopo. Ada, selalu ada teknologi. There's Noemi, I'm feel Blackpink.
AC nih.
AC, oh iya.
Selalu ada
Ngomong itu Blackpink tuh.
Hai all.
Hai.
Blackpink.
Okay, so we are the group 5G. It can be 5 girls or it can be 5 anything.
Blackpink.
So today we are going to share about our study about the characteristics of innovative companies. Where's the lesson? Okay, the characteristic of innovative companies, and so this is us. I would like to give short introduction about us. Flora, the great leader.
I try imagine.
The most stressful person in our team. We have to encourage us to finish the materials, but none of us done it. And then Madam, the lawyer. Madam, She's very concerned about what is right or wrong, so the practical things. And then there is Carlina here, the consultant. She has the very best English among us. So let's listen to her. Okay, Ratu from Keraton. She's the reading expert. She studied the documentation very detailed and very clear. She makes some notes, so it's easier for us. And then Penguin, the elder, it's me. What is the elder doing? What is the elder doing?
Sit down.
Quite wrong, but mostly wrong.
Logistik.
And also I share my experience in my company. Okay. Hold your hands. Today we are going to tell you about the background of our case. It will be presented by Ratu. And then Carlino will explain about the case study of different companies in different sectors. This case study, we are not taking it from Indonesia, Miss. We're taking it from your samples. We try to study it and reviewing it because it is very interesting for us. So we take this case studies. From these studies, we are going to give conclusion or some wrap up. What is the characteristic of innovative company? Why it is important? Because if we don't have this characteristic, the company will not achieve, and most of the innovation will fail if the company didn't have this characteristic. So we have this characteristic first to get to build like a culture, and then we have to then we will do the innovation correctly and properly. Not the last thing, and then we come to the recommendation and conclusions. This will be presented by Ms. Madon. And then we come to the discussion. This is what we are going to present today.
Okay.
The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we have to get a brainstorm. I will ask you, is there anyone in here who watched The Avenger? Please raise your hand.
Disney gitu.
Okay. Yeah, if you saw The Avenger, there is a difference between the Endgame and also the Infinity War about the strategy itself. So the strategy itself has characteristic. It is also related to the company who can defeat the competitors itself. So they have the characteristic. So what is the objective to study the characteristic itself of the innovative company? Of course, we have to determine the company strategy based on observation, also trial and error. So from trial and error itself, we can get a new perspective, and after we get a new perspective, we get a new idea that leads to innovate the company, which influence the character itself, also like the context and also the climate and companies. So also the small business can emulate the company to be to strengthen the company itself, and also to get their goals to be a successful company, and to defeat the competitors. Okay.
Next, Karina.
Okay. Tadi juga the characteristic of innovation. We have a case study here. It's by Carmen Cabello Medina, Antonio Carmona Lavado, and Ramon Fale Cabrera. Yep. In here we have a case of 4 different companies. That the first is fruit. Fruit is a fruits company. They process fruit and deprive it in the form of pulp, essential oil, puree, pills, and juice. Yep. And then here we have a lightning. It's a different section, so they have each different market target. So you can see here, lightning is the large construction and industrial companies. And the elevator, have you ever wondered where all the elevator that we've been used in a daily life is coming from? Anyone can guess?
Coming from Germany.
All of them, or it's by one
Japan.
company?
No.
Do you wonder, is it from one company, from one producer, or it's like combined from each one of the countries? It's different, or it's only one company and build it all and then they just send it away?
No.
No.
Okay. Manufactured by a lot of countries.
here it's pretty surprisingly that it's for the elevator, it's the only company in the world that sells entire elevators. Yep. And the elevator produces almost every component of an elevator. Here, the fourth company is the energy. Well, it's provided energy. The latter representing 10% of the business is the technology, like the solar energy sector and the thermal energy. Next. In this table, we can see more clearly that what is the difference of the innovation that each company industry has taken in the strategy management innovation. In the fruits, they have pretty much the workers is about 450 workers, but with no intranet at all, no IT communication network at all. But in a way, they keep making innovation in both product and process. Why they don't use IT, but they keep still goes along? We can note this in the next slide. In the elevator too, they use internet, lightning, they use internet, but in the elevator, they don't fully use internet, only on the staff part and the management. Same as well as the energy. And why some of this company, they used to choose that make an agreement with the other organization to support the corporation in the company. Like this energy, they choose to have a close collaborative agreement with installation company and with several universities. Between the fruits that don't have any ties with other organizations. Next, we'll explain it why each company has a different strategic management throughout each of the target marketing. Next will be by Flora. Thank you.
From the comparison of the companies that has been told by Carlina, I will explain the characteristic of innovative company. There are three characteristics of innovative company. First is strategic flexibility. There are outsourcing and the utilization of contingent workers and customization. First of all, outsourcing and the utilization of contingent workers. These two are important because by implementing the use of outsourcing and contingent workers, company can improve efficiency by using outside resources to complete certain tasks, to increase efficiency and focus more on other particular segments to encourage further innovation. And lastly, there is customization, where product innovation derives from customer specification and demands. The second is communication and the use of IT. You see, ideas that form innovation are also created from the existence of informal communication, supported by the new IT resources available to most of the members of the organization. And by using informal communication, it could initiate certain ideas and motivate others to be interested in it. And then the third is strategic alliances and collaboration agreements. First, there are networks and organizational innovation. The point, these 2 points will lead to the transmission of information relevant to innovative activity, because there will be different perspectives and it could lead to further innovation. And also, it could also reduce cost risk of trying new things. So, you do know that there are companies that instead of creating their own IP, they use other companies' IP instead. next will be explained by Madam.
The recommendation is, I would like to talk about the recommendation. Innovation characteristic may be more strongly associated with one type of innovation. Although this needs to be approached in more depth in future research, innovative action can still also take place in certain types of company and business without the aid of this new organization form. Each company has different characteristics on their industry type, market and segment. It's like in the previous slide that was already explained by Karina. We see here the fruit company. They choose not use any intranet and communication network for innovation. Going back to my slide. Now this is industry. They characteristic based on their industry type and market segment. And the next is video.
Okay.
Explained by.
Okay, guys. So that is our explanation about how important is the characteristic of innovative company. Now let's see this video, and after seeing this video, I would like to ask every group.
Ini mau pinter.
It's okay.
This is innovation.
Just give us your opinion. Just give us your opinion about this video. It's very interesting video.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is the journey of the most innovative companies. Suaranya cuma musik sih. The sound is only music to make you happy. Enggak, nolongin enggak.
Lambat.
Sorry guys, sorry.
Oh, dia
ada aturan. Oh, Intel lah. Masuklah sekarang ya,
Pas grafiknya di mana?
Pas grafiknya di mana?
Pas Gramedia di sini.
Oh,
Pion ya,
Amazon lah nomor 1.
Okay, let me ask group 1. What is group 1?
Belum.
Ditunjuk loh. What is their opinion?
Udah pada nggak ada, udah.
Apa ada tuh? What is your opinion about this video? Just opinion. Any opinion.
Any group.
Atau any group? Enggak. Group 1 udah.
My opinion
Yeah,
is
okay.
Until the recent year, the most innovative company is being taken lead by an IT company.
Just pretend.
Okay. Then he's taking the higher.
Yeah, the most innovative company from recent year is being taken by IT company.
Oh ya, oke, good. Thank you, Mr. Hingga. Group 2. Oh iya. Do you have any opinion about this video?
Kita grup 4.
Anything. There is no wrong, right or wrong.
The more successful your innovations are, the more money you get.
Okay. The more innovation, the more money you get. Okay. Group 3.
Kita
5. Satu. Group 3. Itu sudah kan tadi kita.
Gak ada yang ngaku.
Kita enggak berdasarkan nama grup aja. Ya udah grupnya Pak Bambang. Ada ide nggak? Ada any opinion?
Kenapa selalu Des?
Biasanya tahu nih. Apa nih?
The technology company is always the most innovation and fast track, fast changing from all time to time.
Oke, thank you. Grup 4. Ini grup apa sih? Ya udah grupnya Mas Widi. Grupnya Alvin. Mas ada pendapat Mas? Banyak gue nih Mas pendapatnya.
Okay. I'm interested by the dynamic of the company. So some company will go in the first place, but in the next year or this in the next few years they will go down, but not to be upgrading the next year. I just interested in the way work works.
Yeah, exactly, Mas. So our conclusion is yeah. So maybe different with you guys here. We think that not always technology company will do the innovation, because like the journey from the 2000 until 2019, medical company like Johnson & Johnson and then Pfizer, they do the innovation also. So in the middle of the period, they become number one. So I believe later on they will catch up again. So the conclusion is innovation should done by all of industry, not only the technology industry. Even though it is started with the IBM, but now end up with Amazon. Even though now Amazon has the web services, cloud services, but actually they become a retail retail businesses by selling the books online. So obviously they use technology, of course. Yes. They use technology, but they doesn't have to be a technology company. And why did they do it? By having the characteristic of innovation, innovative company. Yes. That's all for us. Okay. Any question?
No lah.
Okay, Mas Email.
I'm curious about the numbers. What do you think about the numbers? For example, Microsoft, the numbers is increasing, but Microsoft still down and lose from another company. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this video is made by the foundation of lembaga itu apa ya? Yang
organization.
Ya, intinya dia itu kan dirasakan sama itu dan
nggak apa-apa lah, bang
Actually, we don't study that mass email. What we are going to highlight here is the importance of the characteristic of innovative company. So any company can become innovative. Okay, nanti dicari di Google ya.
Maybe just because you don't ask our.
Okay, please.
So maybe I can make my opinion.
Maaf ya. Silakan.
I think even make Microsoft increasing the numbers, it means Microsoft still make innovation. Yeah, but still. Another company make more innovation that make Microsoft doesn't in the number one.
Still agree. Okay.
My opinion. Maybe my opinion is regardless what the industry, you are a tech company, you are
retail,
medical. It's not about competing with cross industry. No, it's just about the most adaptive company. They just adapting with the situation right now. So I don't think they want to get the most leader of the innovation, they just adapt and then they rise. I think that's the most.
Yeah, maybe it will add up to our three characteristics that the company should have the adoption capabilities. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the classic success stories that you pointed out is that of Amazon, remember? The humble beginnings of Amazon, actually it's a very popular book company, and they sell books whether it's new or old, and you just simply select and they deliver to your doorsteps. So while it is true that they started from that, at the moment there's already delivering about 45 million products coming from the US all over the world, including Indonesia, anywhere you want. And by doing so, they actually edge up from the ladder and they move up because, of course, we know that e-commerce is really the in thing now. We don't want to go to the store to buy something that you can deliver at my doorstep. And this is exactly what Amazon had done. While it is true that they've been doing it on one item, they actually simply multiplied the lines that they will have to deliver in great quantities. And I think that's what moved them up. And many of our companies now are thinking about ways, and we have actually discussed several ways to use in terms of your innovative strategies. And for Amazon, it worked. So that's good. Thank you. Or we just continue?
Continue. Ini sama, BTS. Oke. BTS. Bervin, BTS.
Dewi. Your name is Dewi, okay? Your name is?
Tokopedia.
I don't know about Sarah. Maybe.
BTS.
Udah, kelompok aja tuh yang
my name is like in the line.
Dia memang lagi itu tuh kalau berhenti ngubah tuh.
Oke.
Ya biarin, kan mereka cowok-cowok yang lainnya cool, berarti yang paling high.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Oke lah,
Now we are going to talk about product performance, innovation, and analysis of game modes and gameplay in Call of Duty mobiles. First of all, we are going to introduce ourselves. My name is Karim Suryadi. This is Stephen Kurnia. This is Melvin.
Hi.
And there is Eric Carlson and the other one, David. Okay, this is the presentation outline. There are 6 items that we are going to discuss later. Okay, so to begin with, we are going to give you guys a little bit about Call of Duty Mobile, a little bit of video clip. Please enjoy.
I took this job because it makes the world a safer place. Net safety is never guaranteed. But I know someone else is working to make the world a dangerous place.
Okay, so the first one, product innovation is one of the keys to success. So as you can see that earlier in that trailer, that Call of Duty Mobile adapt a lot of graphics, gameplay modes, and different kinds of game modes and gameplay. So product innovation is one of the keys to success. Why? Because by creating, by you offering different kinds of value or features that you have in a product, you can give a little bit of differences between your games, in this case, than rather the other competitors, which is like PlayerUnknown or Fortnite, that only compete in battle royale market. So you have to make something, offer something different, so customers mind, so customers can differentiate between your products, your brand, with the others. If you like associate your products or games with something, with a logo or even the sound, so customers can associate in their mind that this is Call of Duty mobile games, that is different from the competitors. So for the second one, gameplay experience to invest. This is shooting mobile games, so gameplay experience is one of the best thing and the most important thing that you have to be advanced in that field. So you have to make something, some experience memorable to customers. In this case, players. You have to make something not just repetitive games, not just only this game modes, only this gameplay, but you have to offer something more, like the quality of the graphics, the different kinds of camera perspective, and also different kinds of control setting that you can use later. And for the third one, Call of Duty Mobile as a strong example of this. Why? Because Call of Duty Mobiles implemented both product innovation and product performance in its game. As I have said earlier, like gameplay and different kinds of game modes, and even weekly events in its game modes. Okay, so next I'm going to discuss about mobile games industry. So the first one, what is product performance innovation? So product performance innovation is a value, features of a quality that companies offer. But what is a mobile games exactly? So mobile games is a video game that you can download it and play it in EDA, smartphones, handphones, etc. So this is the digital games revenue of 2019. As you can see that this is mobile games revenue in 2019. It is the highest rather than the other digital games revenue in 2019. So Call of Duty Mobile make a great step in entering the mobile games market, because it is one of the beneficial industry in 2019, and Call of Duty Mobile can get a lot of benefits from it, advantages from it, and get more new customers rather than just doing it on console or on PC.
So as Kevin said before, as you can see here, actually digital games, as you can see here, that actually mobile games will absorb almost a chunk of the revenue share, almost 60% of the total revenue in digital games. And this will attract game company to develop their game in the mobile games. So before we jump into the Call of Duty Mobile, I'm going to give you the background of the Call of Duty itself. So Call of Duty. Has anybody here the game called Call of Duty before, maybe? Yes. It surely does. Yeah, it's a game that started in 2003, and it's firstly started in the console, in PlayStation. And they developed into computers, and they produced many series of games, and finally it reached to today. So they really want to focus on to the mobile games because, as you can see, the revenue is very huge compared to the console and the PC. So actually, behind the Call of Duty, the developer is Activision. Now the company want to jump into the mobile platform, so they have to partner with the company that already involved in the mobile game itself, which is, I know you know this, Tencent Games. It's already developed many mobile games, and so they really partnered with Tencent Games to develop their Call of Duty mobile version. So actually it's not Tencent Game itself, but the subsidiary company, which is called the Tamu Studios. So they discuss each other, and finally they produce the Call of Duty Mobile. So Call of Duty Mobile is a shooting game, as you can see in the trailer, and it's focused more on the Battle Royale. So has anybody here played PUBG before, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
PUBG, Fortnite, yes, I'm sure you know. So for those who don't know, Battle Royale is the type of games where a lot of players, like 100 players, be in a one map, and they just kill each other until the last man survive, declared as the winner. The last man survive, or the last team declared as the winner. And it's really trending right now. So they want to enter that market. But Call of Duty faced another problems because the market of the Battle Royale and mobile Battle Royale is already packed with other games. As you can see, PUBG, Fortnite, Free Fire, Max Out, and many more games that already pack the market and attract their customers or their players. So the question is, how can Call of Duty Mobile, who just recently launched in October 2019, can attract the players from other games or to get them to play Call of Duty Mobile? So that will be explained later by my friends. But spoiler alert, it is a successful launch. As you can see here, in the first week, already 100 million downloads, the app, the game, and it really breaks the record of the most downloaded games in a week. And also, it has another award, which is the best overall game and the best 5 competitive games. And furthermore, it retains $50 million in just 90 days. So because of this, we're going to dig further. What is the product innovation that the Call of Duty Mobile applies that they can reach this level? So continue next.
Currently, there are 3 game modes that you can play inside Call of Duty Mobile. As Stephen said, Battle Royale game has been a hit in 2019. Therefore, Call of Duty Mobile also released another game modes, which are the multiplayer and the zombie mode. Moving on. Okay, Malone, in his research in 1982, says that fantasy is an important game feature and it assists the game's routine tasks to be enjoyable and not repetitive. The majority of the participants dislike playing repetitive gameplay because it tends to be meaningless and boring. Now I'm going to share you how COD Mobile isn't boring and not repetitive. First, at the beginning of its game release on October 2019, there were only 4 multiplayer game modes. Now, in the multiplayer mode itself, there are 6 modes. Free for all and hardpoint are the newest ones. And then, next. Other than the multiplayer modes, they also added time-limited events as a featured modes that are only available within a limited time. Yeah, usually it is only available from 1 day until 3 days. Next. Other than shooting, they also provide us with tools to turn the tide of the match called the score streaks. As you can see in the yellow dotted rectangles, there are 3 buttons here. One of them is called the UAV, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. It is able to track the enemy's positions through our render map. Next. Now, what differs Call of Duty's Battle Royale mode compared to PUBG Mobile? The significant one that we found is that players don't just shoot inside the game, but they also have their specific classes or roles. For example, we can be a scout, where we are equipped with a sensor dart that can see hostile positions in the render map. Other than that, we also have a passive skill called tracker, so that we can see enemy positions in a specific time. Yeah. And then for the gameplay itself, players can choose their own shooting type controls. The first one is simple mode, where we just need to aim the enemy and the system will fire the gun by itself. And the second one is advanced mode, where we need to aim and shoot manually. Other than that, we also have auto sprints just by tapping the movement button twice. And then the system also provides you with aim assist, which will help you to shoot more hookers. And then the last one is sliding.
Okay, before jump to the conclusion, let me take you to the market of mobile games before the Call of Duty mobile launch. So we can see this kind of same battle game that have already in the market before Call of Duty mobile release, and the most popular or the most dominating mobile games at that time was PUBG Mobile. Yes, you know all the PUBG Mobile, and from this graphic we can see that the revenue of the PUBG Mobile is the highest from the our competitor it's have. So from before the Call of Duty Mobile arrived, PUBG Mobile has dominating all the market of mobile games at the time. Then, end of October, from the 1st October 2019, Call of Duty Mobile released, and it's so many break the records that have been made. From we can see that so many digital newspaper says that Call of Duty Mobile starts to dethrone the PUBG Mobile from dominating the market of mobile games. Next. And then now we will see that how Call of Duty Mobile can dethrone or can be a big competitor of PUBG Mobile. From here we can see the similarities of these two games. These two games have the same genre, that is Battle Royale mode, and these two games has the same profit model, that is freemium, or we can see as in-app purchase. So you can download the app free, but inside the game, if you want to buy something, you can buy it inside the game or in-app purchase. Now, the difference that makes the Call of Duty more has the advantage from the PUBG Mobile is the gameplay and the game mode that they are use innovation on it. So because of that innovation, Call of Duty Mobile have the advantages that makes them can maintain the players that playing their game and acquiring new players that can be a new customer for them, and the most important is player satisfaction that will keep the game running for a long-term period.
Thank you, Eric, for your presentation. Guys, did you enjoy this presentation? And did you have enjoyed the player?
Yes.
Did you enjoy the player that we discussed at the beginning? Okay. Okay, go. be broke right now because we know that Call of Duty Mobile is simply out of nowhere beat the competitors within the first series of October 2019 until right now with the innovations and many variations that all of you will have to try. And from this presentation, we have to summarize this thing. We have three main points that we will have to discuss. Number one, Call of Duty Mobile itself has developed the distinguished features and functionality remove boredom and gain more players. So, the Activision and Tini developed that the players want to more and more playing this game again. So, in my perspective, I enjoyed this game. It is not repetitive and have a various gameplay or maybe game modes that you can explore anytime, anywhere, and maybe every day. So you can, if you have a free time in the work, so you can try it if you want to do. And then the second one, Call of Duty Mobile created what the competitors have not. For example, PUBG Mobile have a battle royale, but it's not much as Call of Duty Mobile. Call of Duty Mobile have a two battle mode in the battle royale. First is the classic mode that have a solo, duo, and squad. And then lastly, on January 13, 2020, if you have, guys, if you have in the Google Play, you will be see that new update of the Call of Duty Mobile that they could be improving the gameplay also, and the variation of the game mode also. That Call of Duty Mobile innovation about the battle royale, which is including 20 versus 20 battle royale warfare. So it means that you can team up with other players in the same team to compete against other teams, where you can revive when you die.
Okay.
So it is gonna be very interesting mode that you can try. Now the last one. Call of Duty Mobile have some innovation, which is gonna be a memorable experience for the players and some other people that you want to try. So this innovation feel it like, wow, this game is awesome, and wow, this game is want to try it, definitely recommended by the players who want to play it in mobile. Okay. This is our references that supporting on the case studies. We don't have the time, so I want to explain this.
What do you want to explain?
Kevin said that Stephen said that guys, I want to emphasize 1 minute. We have 5 minutes again. Okay. Stephen just said that Call of Duty Mobile has been developed by Activision and the Tencent game subsidiary group named Team, right?
Right.
But in Indonesia and in Filipinas, yes, madam.
Oke, jangan memarahi besoknya dia. Lu nanti nilainya dikurangi, jangan marah-marah ke profnya dong.
Okay, has been published by the company name. Do you know? No. Do you know Free Fire? Game Free Fire, like in the battle royale market, like in the PUBG, Nights Out and more. Maybe I want to know. I have the clue. No. This company, guys. Keynote is this company is based on Singapore.
Okay.
Founded in 2009.
By Revit.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. This is about the Call of Duty Mobile publishing game, not like in development. exhibition and TV just developed it. But in this country, MMT is made, published by, yeah, that's right. But Thomas, it is actually having a combination by two words. Global arena. So Thomas, you say Garena, that's right. But you don't know how to pronounce.
Okay.
So Garena is also like the combination of two words, like global arena. But it is very funny because G is only a G, but arena itself don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Okay, this company has founded by Moentry, a businessman from Singapore. Okay? So that's it for today. Okay, if you have any question and answer, let's please, I would like to welcome. So, Tipu Pamela. Gadis apa Maita?
Nggak jadi.
Come on, I want to have a video. Oh, Pamela plus. Gadis apa Maita?
I'm interesting about the revenue you mentioned, yeah. On the Call of Duty for the first years, it is $50 million US, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can probably share to us what's the revenue structure for the mobile games. Is there any specific services that can be become a revenue for the mobile games? Or because of the only customer download it, or what else?
To answer your question, sir. So actually, how can like let's say a free apps generate their money? So actually, it's from customizable. In the games, we call it as cosmetics. So if you want to change the skin or something, you can purchase by using real money, and it will generate to the game. Like you purchase it, but with the real money. So that is the business model that is applies nowadays in most of the mobile games. So that like that is the term is called freemium. That's why we can download it as free. But in app purchase, like the skin, like the color, stuff like that, yeah, cosmetics like that, you need to purchase it. That is where the company generates the money.
So it's similar with the PUBG mobile also, right, for the revenue structure. And then what is the key factors that the Call of Duty, the newcomer, but in the first years, it's reached many multiple times the revenue compared to the incumbent company.
So back again, because of the innovation, that's why the Call of Duty itself attracts a lot of players. And when a lot of players is being attracted to the games, there's more chance the people to pay inside the games. So that's why player base is very important in games. That because it's like the revenue of them. That's why they got like the $50 million from the first 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions again for Pamela? If not, I want to talk from Gading Sepang. Who is your question?
Who's your question?
Please.
Yeah, okay. If I'm not mistaken, you guys explained us about the 10 types of innovation, right?
Yes.
Is that your comment?
Yes. So
can you explain, or am I miss the slides? I don't know. Can you explain us about the 10 types of innovation itself?
Oh, pleasure. So actually, our presentation actually took one of the 10 innovation.
Where is the 9?
Oh, so
Under 9.
So actually, from each type of innovation, it can be applied in different cases, case study. So we picked this case study because we want to focus more on the product innovations, product performance.
Product performance information.
So we pick one of the innovation that can help the company.
Do you know the other 9?
Some of it, yes, it includes profit model, network.
Okay, then we will go browsing.
Okay.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Oh.
As we know that Call of Duty has been known for many years before for the PC games, and it has like best fans or fans boy like that. So before the mobile launchings, there are a lot of ads from on the Instagram or on the Facebook. So can you please describe what is the biggest source? Is it from the old fans like the PC games that come to the mobile because there is a mobile, or maybe because the innovation of the performance, or maybe what is the biggest source? The old player or the new players?
Jadi imbang bu, bikin imbang.
Okay, so first of all, I've shown you a chart about digital games revenue in 2019, which is Call of Duty Mobile was released in the end of 2019. It can be categorized as a new games, but Call of Duty Mobile entered the perfect market with revenue with the highest revenue in any other digital games revenue in 2019.
I also want to include that I think it is also related to its profit model. Call of Duty game franchises are never free to begin with. Call of Duty Mobile is the first Call of Duty game that Activision created to be free. And then based on some researches that we found before we made this analysis, we found out that Chinese players are not willing to buy pay-to-play games, but they tend to spend their money inside the game to buy skins, cosmetics, new weapons, such things like that.
For additionally again, product innovation also plays a part in the Call of Duty, because like for example another games called Diablo 4, they want to publish 2 in the mobile, but the feedback from the customer is really bad. That's why although Call of Duty have a good brands that can attract people, product innovation is also important, because people finally they're gonna play, not just see the title. So that's why this leads to the success of the Call of Duty.
Any other questions from the students?
Sorry, I just want to help him.
Okay, go on.
No, actually, what he's asking is, me myself is a fan from Call of Duty from the PC version, and right now they release it on the mobile version.
Yes.
What he's asking is which one is bigger, the previous fan or the other platform fans that trying the mobile platform and then get attached to it, or the newcomers. I mean the other gamers who never played Call of Duty and then try it and then they like it. Do you have that kind of data?
For the data, for the comparison between the PC and that one, you don't have.
Or I mean, do you think which one is the bigger? Is it the fan from the 2003, or is it the new player?
Can I give the opinion? I think because I also the player of this game. Let's play all together. I think there are two possible to answer that the question. First is yes, maybe the first is the who player in the PC first. Then while the mobile game that is very excited for them. But I think the most important is for the incumbent is PUBG. While PUBG is has a biggest game mobile, I think the Call of Duty is very good in the time to market. Because at the time I'm boring to play the PUBG. Because just like that, yeah, already chicken dinner then it's boring. Then Call of Duty came with the very best graphic, right? Yeah, then also the features also add more. I think that's the two maybe two option and reason.
So we're talking about either they are newcomers to the Call of Duty or the previous fan. It's because of the current market is actually on the PUBG, and then the Call of Duty Mobile has the same features with the PUBG. Then they try it and then they get attached to it. Okay.
That's all we can.
Thank you. Okay. Miss Professor Silva, any questions for you?
There is somebody who's raising their hand.
Okay, go. I think when PUBG facing to the Call of Duty, which this is a new game, I think what PUBG do to face the PUBG Mobile? Do you have any? Sorry, what PUBG do to face the Call of Duty Mobile?
Could you give us some answers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I said the question. I think your question is about how do PUBG Mobile to compete with this Call of Duty Mobile, right? I think if you want to fight innovation, you get to have a brilliant or more innovation in your game. So I think our suggestion to PUBG Mobile how to compete with Call of Duty Mobile is having another innovation that can attract more players, that can maybe get the market back from Call of Duty Mobile by using another innovation that maybe you can take the idea from Call of Duty Mobile and add some more classes or some more cosmetic that will attract another player from Call of Duty Mobile.
Like steal the idea of Call of Duty Mobile to PUBG Mobile. Okay, that's good. Okay. Any question from students? Okay. Thomas.
How long do you guys think that
how T-Mobile will hold the position rank. Let's see. Take an example from Apex Legends. It sounds like a story.
In my opinion, if in the case of Apex Legends and Fortnite before, Apex Legends has the difficulties of improving their contents compared to Fortnite because of the developers is relatively smaller than the Epic Games. So, but if in the caliber of Call of Duty Mobile, we think that it can really strive further because actually from the 100 million downloads, China is still banning the game from launching in the country. That is why it's pretty ironic, although the developer is from China, but China is still not yet allow it for the players there to download it, which it will be increased more again the population. China and Belgium haven't give the rights for the Call of Duty to publish in the country, and because of the content and which is at first is similar to the PUBG, but Call of Duty have more features and more cosmetics. We believe that it will strive more than longer.
It will be grow bigger, even bigger.
Yes. When China's opened their market and also Belgium.
Any questions?
Okay, can we give them
Just a minute. Miss Silva, are you have any questions?
Actually, I truly belong to the baby boomer, and when you're talking about mobile games, I have really no idea.
Itu padahal udah diumpet-umpetin di belakang.
Nanya mbak, pecinta mobile game ini banyak banget.
Pinjam kajian. Aduh, gamer. Benar-benar ya. Nanti kamu satu tim saya ajak ya.
Apa?
E-gamers.
Oh iya, sama di Ayo. Ada lombanya.
Oh yeah, I have the members of the group. I don't have the names for. I have group 2, group 5. I need the names for group 3. No, I don't have the names. Group 6 is here. Thank you. Group 4 and 3. I have 3, 4, 2. Group 1 is missing. Group 3, 4, 6, and group 5. Where's group 1? This group 1. Bawa aduh dibikin kok. Can I have your keys, please?
They're the first Good afternoon, Professor Park. Dear fellow students, thank you for the opportunity to let us present our works. Let's continue. But first, we will introduce our teams.
I need to pick one by one. Okay, there are Mr. Kevin, Mr. Orvin, Mr. Widi, Miss Danti, Miss Bestari, and me. Okay, let's go. Before we continue, let me ask a question. You don't need to answer it, just think about it. Have you ever feel like you are working too much? You don't have the time for your family? You don't have the time? You don't have the time for your child? For your loved one? Or even a me time, right?
Are we studying too much?
If yes, our topic might interest you. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Let's
Okay.
continue.
Motivation.
Okay, so let's start with in 2017, OECD, or we shall call it Organization for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, released a report show that New Zealand got a low score compared to other leading countries. This report, and from the Andrew Bernes, the founder of Perpetual Guardian, an estate and financial consultant company, we hope that let's kickstart some new paradigm or methods. It's called a little bit cancel, okay? Let's continue. It's called 4-day week. What is 4-day week? Let's continue.
That is the solution.
Okay, yes, that's the solution. Okay. Now, 4-day week is you work for 4 days but got paid for 5 days. Okay. Is it work? Yes, it is. Let's see from the trial. Job performance maintained, staff stress level lowered, and work-life balance improved significantly. But does it work for all companies? No, it's not. And let us take you guys to dive deeper and continue by Mr.
Okay, let's talk about Perpetual Guardian. Okay, Perpetual Guardian is a trusty company that specializes in providing extended planning service in New Zealand. Under Bernes, as a founder, said decided to trial to improve the productivity because New Zealand is the lowest based on score OECD. He said the decision to test the new way of working was the right thing to do. We want people to be the best they can be while they are in the office, but also at home. He said about work-life balance. So he starts the idea at December 2017. And then trial announced at February at 2018. The next trial, they do 8 weeks. They do trials to 240 staff. They work for a day, but paid for 5 days. So the income still the same. And then the result is success. They achieve more based on effort. And then
Okay, next. There are some companies that run trial of 4-day weeks working, but not all the company is successful. This is a Perpetual Guardian trial result. From this result, they job performance maintained in 4 days and staff stress level lower. from 45% to 38%. And then work-life balance improved significantly from 54% to 78%. And then team engagement level increased, such leadership, commitment, empowerment, and stimulation. And in November 2018, the Perpetual Guardian implement this paradigm long-time basis. Okay. Next is because of Japan. They started use the paradigm in 2019 August, and the result is productivity increased by 39.9% and took 25.4% less time off and used 23.1 less electricity. And then Treehouse. Treehouse is a programming educational company. They started using this paradigm on 2015, and the result is paradigm is cut time wasting meetings. Reported is result in higher morale and successful requirement. 120% annual revenue growth and more than 70,000 paying clients with only 70 full-time employees. They use this paradigm only just for 1 year. In 2016, they switched it back to typical 5-day work week. The reason is the paradigm is lack of work ethic in that company, and it detrimental in their business and their design. Okay. Next presenter will be presented by.
Here's the alternative of for the week from Andrew Berners. The other experiment by Stepkowski found that he decreased from 8 hours work per day to 6 hours per day. So he experimented in college campus, Melbourne and Australia for 2 weeks. And the result is an improved mental state, and then employee had more time for rest, for their family, for their friends, etc. But this alternative rejected. Why? Because the employee cannot finish their work at 6 hours. And then this pattern doesn't work for every industry. Yeah, especially for hospital, medicine, and many more. And then every industry are not same at the technology uptake. Next solution.
Okay, when the Perpetual Guardian implemented the 4 days week, they meet some problem that the Perpetual Guardian people and capability head mentioned that company often stuck at the implementing the technical policy from the government side, that from the state law or the statute that employees are paid per work hour, but in the 4 days they reduce the work time. So the solution is the Perpetual Guardian give the feedback when they implementing the 4 days, so the government can making the new policy that can make the employee easier to use the new work method that reducing the work time. And then from the employer's side, the perpetual guardian is making the new policy that could flex. So it's depend on the workloads, project, and customer requirement. So the company must give knowledge to the employer that sometimes the employee will not take the day off because there's another work that needs to be done.
Okay, and to summarize all of the case study, we have 3 main points. The further work concept provides limited types of company where it can be implemented. So not all type of company can implement the 4-day yet. While it also provides a significant result to the company that implemented successfully. The 4-day work concept works mostly in a full-time payroll type company that has flexibility in managing their work hours. So, like my friend said that the hospital, the company or the industry that provide 24-hour services, they still have difficulties to implement this kind of pattern. A particular strategies need to be taken by desirous companies, yet unsuccessful due to some technical issues, if they want to enjoy the efficiency effects of what they work concept. There are 3 main recommendations to be proposed and to 3 different stakeholders. For the first, to the government, provide rules or assure that there are no rules that constrain the freedom of companies to maintain or to build their own pattern of workload or work hour. And then the second, to the company, provide rules, policy, and climate that enable employees starting or at least trying their work and life balance implementing the 4-day work. And the third, to the employee themselves, encourage the employee to manage their tasks. Educate them about work-life balance rather than getting higher salary from overtime. Because for some cases, especially in India, in China, in Indonesia, some laborers still prefer about the hourly based payment, because when they do the overtime, they will get more payment. But this 4-hour workload is talk about work-life balance. It's about work-life balance. Not the first thing is not about productivity. Although when the employee have the work-life balance and they're happy, the productivity will increase by themselves. Okay, this is from our teams. Thank you for my teams. Maybe there is some questions.
Okay, as your assessment, in your opinion, will it be implemented in Indonesia? And if yes, what's the suitable industry or organization for working for this?
For the examples in the other country, Indonesia is still not try this kind of method yet. But from Microsoft Japan, from Perpetual Guardians, and some company that I forgot the name, it's possible. But it depends on the type of the company. Like I said before, the company that doesn't base their payroll method on hourly basis, but monthly, full-time monthly, and the company that have dynamic or micro management. So the manager, the division, the department that can follow or try this method is possible to at least the first time is try, of course, and then evaluate. and then if it's successful, we can implement it. Yeah, of course, maybe in our country, like in Jakarta, we have a lot of companies that work at the office, right? They don't depend on the machine. They don't depend on the 24-hour servicing. Maybe like us, some of us. I don't think that IT can implement it because the possibility of failure and problem in IT, the occurrence of problem is not, sometimes in Indonesia still uncontrollable. So it makes the officer or the technician ready for 24 hours.
It's a little bit interesting because I think that in nowadays we implement IT and we can using co-working space to work from everywhere. Every place, yeah. We can remote. Yeah.
Everywhere.
How do you think about it?
Yeah. It's an opportunity. It's a potential target for this pattern because, like you said, we have a lot of technology devices that can make us enable to work from remote areas, from our home, like that. So maybe for the hours we can even reduce it, not 4 days, but yeah, just work from your home, from your room, right? We don't even count for the days when we work from home, right? Yeah, it's possible. The requirement is the policy. The policy from the government, the policy from the company. That's the main barrier for this kind of pattern. If the company has a broader or wider mindset, I think that is very, very possible in Indonesia.
Thank you.
Okay, you've noticed that when we think about innovation, we do not simply get stuck on the idea about simply products or services. The innovation within a company, for example, can stem from what they have in their case analysis, processes, practices, procedures that you would like to innovate to become more efficient and effective in your operation. So there are many ways actually that we can innovate, and we should not limit the mind in terms only of producing something new, just for our competitive edge. But also within the company, you may want to think about something that will make your company more effective and efficient towards its client. And in the long run, it also leads down to competitive edge over the others. Okay? And this is one that is actually being taught in the Philippines, that has already been discussed many times. For the reason that Metro Manila, the main hub of commerce in the Philippines, is also experiencing traffic. In fact, a large number of employees going in and out spend more time in traffic than in the office. So many companies now are already trying to look into flexi time.
Yes, correct.
When you say flexi time, if you start 8, for example, to 5, some come early, 7, then they go off earlier and stuff like that. Anything that improve the process, but that does not necessarily affect the operation. Okay. So anything else that you want to add? If there are none, let's move to the last one. Are you still awake?
Baru mau nanya.
Makanannya sampai 10.
Oh, Palmera ya.
Bikin pertanyaan terus.
Itu Mas Widi, itu
Jangan
bagus
gitu
tuh.
lah, kita kan tamu.
Sin ke MMT ke kalau jadi petani keren.
Tanya spesifik ke Enyo.
Itu juga berarti ada lagu.
Ini foto dulu sini, foto dulu.
Ya, ini kan sudah selesai. Sudah selesai ini, sudah lulus kita ini. 2 hari ini sudah 6 kali pertemuan. Udah Bon, zaman gile. Erickson.
1, 2,
Erickson Lagi produk ini.
Ya.
Seneng banget udah telepon dari keren ini. Info pertama.
Good afternoon.
Erickson.
I'm Erika. This is from Palmera. So we can present about Vodafone. We have innovation approach to advanced technology. For introduction, that Vodafone of the largest company in telecommunication industry want to improve productivity while ensuring new opportunity where data for the next generation and for workers and customers. Vodafone headquarters in London and have operation in about 30 countries. Organization have over 100,000 employees, so the biggest company and one of the top of 5 in terms of size mobile provider in the world. Vodafone international company, but Vodafone providing the localized services as a first step. So through transformation, companies become the digital transformation like data analysis, moving automation or FPA, we call chatbot or artificial intelligence, is the solution how to trying to stay on the leading edge of that. So, but for the implementation, the problem is we have the core 4 levels. One, when we install chatbot or AI, what is the impact in the business and how many employees does this sort of replace and how to manage the innovation. So for the discussion, I will next email.
It's a little bit fact about Vodafone. Vodafone services is 65% about consumer. It means they have service and mobile, fixed voice, broadband, and pay TV, and so on. And the other 30% is enterprise. It's like IoT, including in that service, and cloud and hosting. And from the data in 2017, it's by revenue, Vodafone is in top 10 worldwide revenue. So it's a lot of competitors with playing with Vodafone, and most of Vodafone revenue led by revenue in Germany. In Germany, Vodafone have more than 40% share market in Germany. And in 2019, in India, Vodafone have increasing revenue. So from the background, here's the problem what Vodafone face. First, unpredictable trend and very promising future of work that we may hold. So it's about there's a lot of competitors, including startup make application that can be competitors for Vodafone. For example, Skype, they can have video call. So here's the challenge about for the Vodafone. And also large scale of employee and customer need efficient services. For the worldwide, they have more than 500 million customers and 60K to 70K employees. So it's a lot of number, lots of number. Yeah, next.
These are several alternatives to solve the problem. First, crunching some data. Data crunching is an analysis data so that it becomes useful for making decisions. We have to understand which data you enter to the machine and understand the risks of that. After that, manage existing information technology. We cannot jump to the new technology only one night. Vodafone has internal IT help desk bot because many internal requests. Vodafone has multi-country settings, also has a shared services division. This is for the example, Amelia. Amelia was the internal IT help internal job. Yes. After that, this is about Obi. Obi come to answer many questions as customer service agent. Sorry for the.
Oh, Amelia tahu tuh lihat tulisnya tuh Amelia.
You can fill the automation for customer services request. You come online rather than speaking directly to an employee, and the machine tries to handle a lot of questions. And after that, through gigabit networks, yes, we think that Vodafone can build digital society that can make people better, give people life better. And Vodafone can make infrastructure and deliver high quality services that connect anywhere at any time. And this is the example of Obi.
Toby, sort of the to be with means that the customer can engage with the company. Yeah. So many inquiries comes from the customer. Right now is not only to use the physical customer service to answer that. Right now is can be using the artificial intelligence. They call it Topi. Yeah. Toby is not the human, yeah. It's a computer, like a machine learning, yeah. So every question from the customer will be stored and will be learned to emphasize, to enhance the knowledge of the machine. Okay, we continue for this analysis. For this Vodafone, we at least take to analysis for this case study. Then the solution for the Vodafone is already taken place. First is about the implementation of artificial intelligence. When already explained before, which is Toby. So this Toby is to handle the customer service queries and also for the online sales assistance. So not only what you call it, serve the customer, but sometimes while chatting with this chatbot, sometimes customer also want to buy for the package of the SIM card of the Vodafone. So it also increase the sales for the Vodafone. Yeah. And the second part is about the innovation of the organization. Earlier in the background we already mentioned that this Vodafone is very big company. Yeah. There are 25 to 3 countries for this holding company, and also around 100,000 employees. So it is the challenges for them if there is any policy want to be implemented to the whole of the operating company. It is difficult. Yeah, I think it's the impact of the Toby. Yeah. So we analyze also what's the impact. It is really beneficial for them. Then we can see that in terms of the engagement, it is increased. Yeah, they mentioned the customer engagement increased. Then also the brand image improved because this is the big company that shown the digital environment. Yeah. Then the third one is the net promoter score. The promoter score, the NPS, is the measurement to measure the metric of the how customer satisfaction for the customer. It is increased. Earlier, before implementing this Toby, is only 60 the value. But after implement this Toby, now it's 80. So it's proving that this Toby is very beneficial. Yes. Then improve also for the completion rate and satisfaction. So the traditional already replaced by this Toby, and also rates and satisfaction also increase. Then the other one, comparing to the traditional customer service website, it is really improved. Yeah. Right now it's only 8 minutes to complete from order until finish. The next one is about the performance of sales also increased 2 or 3 times faster than the previous one. And the last one is the more financial impact. Of course, this Toby, the implementation of the AI also reduce the operational cost. Yeah. Yeah, I think this solution, the good solution, maybe about for the challenges will be explained for the next slide. Then for the next one, for the workplace digital transformation, will explain by.
The second solution is digital workspace impact. Before using Toby, Vodafone tried Amelia. Amelia is chatbot that created by Episode. Vodafone want to know to find out its benefit using chatbot. So Vodafone use Amelia first. Vodafone inviting staff try to chatting to the Amelia bot if they had an IT problem or query for that app. Then the benefit of Amelia, Vodafone staff downloading 25,000 chats a month with Amelia, and around 58% of our staff queries to Vodafone IT help desk. Then digital workspace, climate that encourages employees to innovate. So creativity and creativity of employee increase. Then
chatbot also give new experience for employee. So employee engagement is increasing. Then Vodafone has many brands companies spread across various regions. With this chatbot can help the problem that faced by brands company and reduce the needs of people that must put in the brand's place. So one system can help in many places. It's make the strategic level is more effective. Then is the picture of Toby interface and Amalia interface. Before using chatbot, maybe if we want to get help from help desk, we must fill a complaint and send from the email. Then we must wait too long to get the response. Or sometimes we need to call the help desk, but the person is busy. With this chatbot, employees can get the answer directly, get more faster. Sometimes we get problem in the midnight or holiday, so with chatbot it can handle it. It also can collect the data, but it's the most problem faced by internal employees. For example, I have a friend who works in the help desk. Once he got a call, someone is complaining that his computer cannot connect to the internet. When my friend checked, someone who complained is forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi.
Simple ya.
I hope some small question like this can be handled by chatbot.
So I'm going to taking back the problem, background, alternative solution that we just discussed. So the problem that people face is how to shape the future and keep innovative. And then the background is they have a multinational company, and also this company has the multi-generation in the company. So the innovation is really the key for them to keep to up to date, and then they are more likely to choose moving into automation to be their innovation. So we have known about Amelia and Toby as the problem solver to serve the customer better, and Amelia to educate the stakeholder. Next. And then we highlight that those two things, technology and upskilled employee, we think that Amelia is already good, and the Toby is good either, but so here I'm gonna talking about Toby. There's words about the biggest strength of technology is its ability to make it visible and the hidden visible. So it means if we can give the recommendation for Vodafone, Toby is a chatbot, but based on the research, chatbot has a lack of technology that they are a robot, not a human. But based on the research, customer is going to the human touch. In a Yes. And then that's about Tamu. And this is about Amelia. That Amelia has a function to educate the employee. So the employee in Vodafone has the generation, and there was the research also about the regulation in one company that the high technology doesn't guarantee that the employee is engaged. So we have talked about the leadership is really important in education management. So we suggest for this case, the IT directors is really important to motivate the IT team to deliver the value through the technology they create.
Okay, now I will try to summarize our presentation. I will try with storytelling style because PowerPoint is not my style. Okay, maybe for all of you who didn't get our story from the beginning, I will try to write from the start. So basically, our case is based on Harvard Business Journal. They interviewed the CEO of the Vodafone. His name is Mr. Vito.
Email address and CV.
He said in 1 hour interview, he said that he has concerns. Vodafone is a big company. He has 100,000 workers around the world, and he has trouble sleeping sometimes because he has concern about the fast changing technology that can threaten Vodafone, because it may be the 10 biggest, one of the 10 biggest mobile provider in the world. But now there are many little company like startups who can threaten Vodafone too. So it comes from his concern about that. So I want to talk about the needs of constant information, because it will help him to solve the problem. Okay. So we talk. He is having concern about technology. Technology is we only talking about innovation in technology all day. So we learned that he learned that innovation in technology is a double-edged sword. It has positive and negative impact. Yeah, technology it can easier our life, increase competitiveness, but also Mr. Victoria is concerned about the technology rapid change, more competition. And so double-edged sword. This negative impact, make him concerned and anxiety. And we suggest that Vodafone has have to manage these negatives. How? Vodafone already strengthen their IT. So they already make some innovations from within, from the organization itself. They we already mentioned they have internet of everything, AI, automate. So it's very digital climate, yeah, in their organization itself. The AI, the internal AI they use, you already mentioned, is called Amelia. They use Amelia. Amelia is AI, artificial intelligence chatbot, in their own organization, in their internal worldwide, because they have they in anywhere with multi-diverse and multi-national, language. They have Amelia. Then Amelia is transformed to Toby.
Oh, Amelia berarti transgender.
Because Amelia is used within the organization.
Imajinasinya luar biasa.
Toby is used to
Kantuk gitu.
the customer. Okay. So, Toby itself is innovation. Now, Toby also has has double-edged sword too. Toby, the first customer engagement. It will increase customer engagement. You know, right, Toby? Toby is AI for the customer, so customer talk, replay. Answer the inquiries from the customers. So the plus side is Toby can decrease the customer engagement. Of course, the efficiency increase too. But Toby killed job, right? It replaced manpower workforce. So the question is, how Vodafone manage the negative side of Toby? We recommend that Vodafone should more invest in this, in IT. Why? Because even though we reduce the traditional workers, telemarketing gone, but it's with more ITs, with more sophisticated ideas, it will increase more job opportunities, more market, more business ventures, and finally it will substitute this. So because innovation has double-edged sword, we believe that Vodafone should manage the innovation. By managing innovation strategy, this is the innovation strategy that we suggest, more investment in IT. The Vodafone will be continue maybe 5 or 10 years, and Mr. Victorio can sleep better. But what is the future?
Excuse me.
We cannot wait 10 or 5 years again because the future is now. So Mr. Victorio, I hope you're listening, that you have to do innovation every day. And by managing the innovation strategy and sharing the innovation innovation strategy in all of the countries of Vodafone have, and so yeah. So I hope Mr. Victorio can say better. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about chatbot, right? Amelia and then Tamu. Okay. There's a lot of talk about reducing resource, gain more profit, but how about the human? The empathy, the sympathy from the customer service. We know about customer relationship, right? How about that? When I search Vodafone on Google, the first question I saw is, how do I speak to a person at Vodafone? I don't want to talk to robots. Some people are like that. What are you guys thinking of?
Okay, thank you for the question. We try to answer. Yes, there is because some customer is can be segmented to the some values can be segmented. Yeah, because it's maybe is very excited to this new technology, but sometimes there is also this. I don't need this robot. I need the human. Yeah, I think it is already think about that. The Vodafone created the bridge for that one. So while the customer already what we call it not satisfied for this Tamu, it is directly the SOP play came to the right person, the next person that will be handled for this the query from the customer. It can be directly to the customer service basically, or directly to the back-end operation. It can be the IT, it can be of the network, anything. It depends on what is the situation, the case.
So it won't change the system for sometimes replacing all the humans to chatbots. It will.
Not for all. Not for all. Yeah. Because the topic I already mentioned is not human. It is the robot, the machine learning. So not all the what we have as human is cannot be replaced. Yeah. But it is something for the repetition of inquiry. Then the common inquiry, it can be machine, can be answered. Yeah.
Are there other, yeah?
Do you have, what do you think about the recent issues regarding the Vodafone fell in India, and also one of the largest population is in India, and we are talking about innovation. So what do you guys think about it?
Okay, I think I will try to answer. Yeah, I think this is the phenomenon right now for the telecommunication, not only Vodafone. I think because fortunately I'm also in the telco operator working there. We face the same issue because right now the operator have to invest many things for the network. While the right now already changing, the customer not using the voice right now. The voice the traditional services, SMS gone. the voice revenue gone. Now it's the over the top for the what we call it, the Skype, the WhatsApp. No, can better than the voice or SMS. So it's the new phenomenon. Then that's why the operator company need to be innovate. Innovation is many things. So that's why to survive the company is we cannot avoid it, that one. Maybe the Vodafone will have the strategy like also the other operator. So there is the impact of this phenomenon right now.
I want to ask. Vodafone is Toby. I said Toby is like a voice communicator, voice input in the Vodafone, right?
In the through apps.
In the through apps.
Yeah.
Any competitor that it will be have to compete with Toby?
Many things. And I mentioned I working in the operator. We also have the similar of the AI for this customer inquiry.
Take your own example.
Indosat have the right now Indira. Indira. If you have a My M3, the apps from your phone, if you are the Indosat customer, if you want to inquiry something, you can no need to directly to call the call center. But you in the My M3 apps, you can visit this Indira.
So how about Toby? Toby will be different with Indira. What is the difference between them, like innovation, product innovation, or maybe?
Okay, the difference is it can be anything because this is the different on the culture also, yeah. The different culture, the Europe and Southeast Asia is quite different. Yeah, sometimes the Southeast Asia need more to human touch. Yeah. So, but again, for this positively of this AI, is at least help the operator to minimize the effort, rather than the whole thing is will be handled by the human.
Okay, that's enough for me.
Maybe there's another.
Okay, I'm interested with the solution that you propose about the manpower problem, unemployment problem, as an effect in implementing the topic. Did you know that in the US 2015 there were 3 million workers, and then in India answers about 35 million. Yeah, from this era, I want to say that there are a lot of people that depend on this kind of job. And do you have another solution? Because the solution that you propose is about improving the IT, and the IT will provide the job. I thought it's a long chain before this worker will be replaced or given new job. It's a discussion.
It mentioned that it is the concern of the many countries which Vodafone has business there. So especially the America or another countries, because Vodafone have provide a lot of jobs. The government is also pressing the Vodafone. You cannot do that to our people. So I think Vodafone, I don't know, not yet.
Yeah. I want to add what Nita said. I think yes, that's the impact. The impact is cannot be avoided. Yeah. But I think the innovation is not stopped on this Toby only. At our presentation is the second one is the digitalize of the workplace. Yeah, it is also not only to replacing the employee, but also to how to create the incremental of the innovation came from the employee, while there can be work very in the ambience of the climate of the digital. Yeah, that's the second. I think one of the also solution from the company to fill the gap of the impact of the reducing of the employee.
So maybe the government or the people itself should aware of this. This is the future. So the government should
doesn't be implemented yet. Topic is not being implemented yet.
Yeah, implemented, but the impact is not that bigger yet, or big yet. So I think the government and all people should know that we should invest more in ITs, in digital talents, in IT talents, because this is the future. It's already happened in banks, I think, business, many business
It's phenomenal right now. Yes.
You are replaced by robot.
Can I ask you, can I edit, not replaced by robot actually? There's a lot of pro and contra. But we are going to automation or we are still using human. But nowadays, we face that in human there's a lack of vulnerability, like terrorism, okay, which is it will jeopardize all the business, okay. At the end of the day, it will ruin anyway, right? With the kind of terrorism and then what they call with the like people that fanatics to with certain thing yes, radicalism. Okay, but if I'm not mistaken, in this in several countries they already try to bring solution between automation and still using human, but not jeopardize all the economy in the entire world, right? One of country already using chip. Yes, for in financial, for everyday day-to-day, they are using chip. If I'm not mistaken, in Sweden, yeah, many people in Sweden already agree and they willing. They put chip in their finger. That's some of the solution maybe, yeah. But I think solution like this way. Still every solution have risk and still we cannot please everyone, okay? In every solution, but I think we must to save the big picture, right? The future. At the end of the day, you have to choose. You ruin now or you survive. But with this kind of condition, that's what I want to add.
Thank you. Let me give everyone another round of applause. Yeah. Oh no, time flies.
Yes.
Sleeping. As if I have known you already for a long time, and time is so short. And let me quickly summarize what we have done. The bottom line of what we have done since yesterday was actually value creation and innovation management. The topic for all, we did the coverage of that particular session, 6 sessions all in all. And then you did a little bit of an activity which Vice Rector Andre had to judge. And that is the building of your spaghetti building that has to stand. The reason why I wanted you to do that is for you to be able to manifest. When we say, I teach, you learn. And how did you learn? You have to work as a team. Somebody has to lead the team to come up with a project. Now, whether the project succeed or not would depend on the team, okay? And of course, we've realized that each team would have its own way of doing things. Some work, some don't. Okay? And in innovation, as already pointed out, it's a double-edged sword. But there is no question that for a company or any business for that matter, they have to innovate in order to survive.
Yes, correct.
And it's not enough even to use innovation strategy. You need to manage your innovation strategy with the future in mind. Okay? So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for your active participation. Experience for all of us. I learned a lot, by the way, from your presentations this afternoon. And I am amazed at the knowledge and exchange of ideas in this group, which is a very wealthy source of learning for each one of us. Okay? Now, the practical part of it. Okay. We have agreed with Dr. Sari for my assessment of you. You actually did your presentation. I had a rubric with me to give points on. That's simply for the presentation. Okay. So may I request you to please email to the EIS, the learning system, the PowerPoint that you have. Please do not forget to write your name there because I wouldn't recognize which is which.
Oh.
So at the opening slide, title slide, please write the names of the members of the group so that I will know. Please send them directly to the learning system, and Dr. Sani had agreed that she will email it within the week to me. Okay. Then you will also have to submit the written one. I gave you a sample on the format on how to write your group case analysis. You remember the sample that was sent to you? Okay. That's just a sample. You may want to expound it further. It is fine by me. But keep it simple, please. Okay? Now, there are instructions on how to do it, and please follow the instruction. It's found in the letter, and what I'm going to use, attach is the sample of how to submit your case analysis, your group case analysis. So please read that again. So two submissions as a group or as a team. You have done your presentation. I've already rated that. I would need, however, a proof of what you have done here. So that's your PowerPoint presentation. And please do not forget to write your name on the title slide. And then you have to have a written case analysis, which is of course encoded in MS Word. That's fine with me. And follow the format. Okay? Now, for the final assessment, here is the catch actually. On my part, you will do an individual case analysis. Okay. Now, there are two choices that we can possibly do. I can assign you to a case. We need to do an agreement here before I go. I can assign you to a case. For example, okay, for Widi, this is your case. From Yuki, this is your case. Or, you may want to select a case which you feel you are more comfortable to analyze. Which one do you like?
Choose.
We choose the case.
Which one? The first one. Which one?
We choose.
You choose
The second one.
And
We
then,
choose the case and we analyze it.
and I choose the case and you analyze it. Okay? One, what do you call this? Wait a minute.
Okay.
That would be 35 cases. Okay. Although that can be done. Okay, that can be done. But But more likely, I will end up sending you the URL. I don't have to copy the case. I can actually send you the URL and then do the analysis. Okay? What do you think?
It's a good idea.
Okay? And again, what I will do to make my life a lot easier is actually I'm requesting the soft copy of the class list because I don't have to include the names of individuals in the list. And then I will have, for example, the name Fitri, opposite that is the URL. Okay? And then I'll send that to Dr. Sari and post it, and then each one of you will have to find what it is. Okay. By the way, you don't have to do that today, okay? Because I will need to do the selections first, of course, and then I have given at least, I'm thinking until the end of, because it says that has to be submitted by the first week of March. So I should be doing that within the month of February. Okay, and I will send it as soon as I can, and then Dr. Sari will announce the deadline for you because I really don't know the calendar that you are actually following now. But the first two requirements has to be sent within the week. I think most of you have done already. I saw some of you working already on the written case analysis.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of you sending it to the learning system so that that prevents you from sending me individual requirements. I will be flooded with requirements as well. So send it to the learning system. Dr. Sari sends it to me once, okay? So that I get the file all at once rather than individually, okay? And I will also submit so that she does not get confused. I will also submit to her the listing of the case analysis that you need to do. Only the URL, of course, so that I don't have to send you files and files that has to be done and read by you. Question? You have no question. Did we understand each other in terms of the requirements? I will be following, I have already requested Dr. Sari to provide me with your grading system so that I will be following the same grading system as being used at UMN. So, no problem. Dr. Sari will also be inviting maybe two of you to give a feedback on your experience with our sessions. I think she had requested somebody who will do that, but with the camera here, rather than me bringing the video because it may be grainy, considering that the quality of the video on the phone is not really that good compared to the camera. Okay? And I guess you will also do some assessment on how the classes were conducted or the sessions that were conducted today and yesterday. So once again, I'd like to thank you for this wonderful experience. Thank you very much. And of course, the full support of the UMN administration for this faculty exchange. I really love the experience. And before coming here, I must admit that I was telling myself I should kick myself for accepting this job because, you know, it's a very challenging job preparing. And imagine reading the cases for Indonesia rather than the Philippines because you will not be very familiar about the Philippines. But on the other hand, if I did not accept this assignment, I will forever regret it. So, it turned out to be very good. Before I forget, I suddenly realized in my camera, I have all your pictures with me. Unfortunately, I am not in the picture at all. Then I request, how do we do this? That everybody fits in the picture. Can we do this? Groups 1, 2, and 3, please come.
Okay.
And please get, because they will be, how come? Yeah, so that we will fit all in the camera. And then somebody has to get the picture, of course. 1, 2, 3, maju. 1, 2, 3. Here. Rest of the jury, our team will be thinking, where did you go? And where are you?
Gue foto sama tim transgender dong. Tim transgender.